170,000 of our Guard and Reserve personnel deployed to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, sometimes, many times, more than once. As their service in both those countries demonstrates, the Guard and Reserves are a critical component of our total force, a vital operational reserve that brings to bear the experience and skills of our citizen warriors wherever and whenever they're needed to confront the challenges of a complex world. And a complex world it is. And today, our nation, our great nation, with its global responsibilities, its global opportunities and global interests, have no fewer than 5 immediate, major, evolving challenges. First, countering the prospect of Russian aggression and coercion, especially in Europe. Managing historic change in the vital Asia-Pacific region, where half of humanity lives and half of the economic activity of the world resides, where China is rising, which is fine, but behaving aggressively, which is not. Strengthening our deterrent and defense forces in the face of North Korea's nuclear and missile provocations. Checking Iranian aggression and malign influence in the Gulf. And confronting terrorism, including especially accelerating the certain defeat of ISIL in its parent tumor in Iraq and Syria and everywhere around the world to which it metastasizes. And as history has shown, we also have to be flexible and agile in preparing to contend with whatever comes in the future. The future is uncertain. We can't anticipate everything we may need to do. We need to keep our game up. Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines of our Guard and Reserve are right now helping ensure we meet those challenges. But as the nominations for this award demonstrate, they don't have to do it alone. After all, their families serve too. That's something today's honored employers and employees know very well. And thanks to their employers and many more across the country, Guard and Reserve members have been able to count on additional care and support for their families, particularly when they're on duty or on deployment. That's important because personal families, and as these awardees will demonstrate, our service members' work families too, are the foundation of our force. Thanks to employers like the ones we're recognizing today, our Guardsmen and Reservists can have the flexibility and the training they need to accomplish their mission. They're able to have the time off before and after deployment, and they have a job to go back to when they come home. Some of our employers, especially the 15 we honor today, go above and beyond that level of support. One, for example, shipped 2,000 pounds of household goods for their reservist employee. Just did it. Another employer heard that his National Guard employee, who had already been deployed for 8 months, would need to be out for 6 more months to heal from a deployment injury. And so he offered to pay the Guardsman's college expenses. And one other employer got really creative. This is workplace flexibility taken to a high level. He joined his employees in a warrior yoga sessions, but with a serious purpose, which was to help people who were returning from deployment who were having some stress, and this was an important way for them to relieve it. So these are just a few examples of all the awardees have done for our men and women in uniform. And you don't have to take my word for it. One Guardsman, when nominating an employer we're honoring today, said that the company he works for set the standard that all companies should abide by. That's why we're giving out each of these awards today, because these organizations are leading, setting the standard for employer support to our Guard and Reserve. That leadership also helps bring the country together. We live at a time when less than 1% of our population serves in uniform, which means fewer people are connected to those who do. So we need to keep building bridges to our fellow citizens and communities who aren't as connected to those who serve and sacrifice on their behalf as they once were. Our Guard and Reserve and their employers, especially our awardees, build those bridges every day. So on behalf of the entire country, men and women of the Department of Defense, I thank you all for doing so. And I congratulate today's awardees. Today, more than ever, the commitment they've shown to our country and to those who serve our country is indispensable. To meet the challenges and opportunities we face as a nation and as a Department of Defense, we need each of you, all our Guard and Reserve, all our families, all our employers. Thank you, each of you, and congratulations to our awardees. These things are really heavy. You're going to curl and help?
You can stand wherever you want, I'm just saying. Real quick, I want to share a quick story with you that dovetails exactly, and this is aimed right at all the employers, all the bosses in the room who took a second and thought to themselves, what can I do to make the life of somebody in service better? Part of my program that I set up with the Purple Hearts was to recognize warriors that were coming home, that their bodies may have been bruised, beaten up, or broken, but their spirits were 100% intact, and that spirit is what is infectious. And a 23-year-old Navy corpsman, I'll never forget it, the first ceremony that we had, I only expected maybe 40, 50 people showed up, 200 people, 300 people showed up, and we gave him these baskets, and we shook their hand, gave him a hug to thank him for service. That's all the intent was. And he was shaking and crying, and I gave him a big hug, and he said in my ear, he goes, why are you doing this? And the only thing that could come out of my head, and I'm usually a smart ass, all I said was, somebody has to. And what's nice about this award ceremony is lots of somebodies are doing these kinds of things. That's what you're all here for today. So again, congratulations to you for all the efforts and the thought that you put into taking care of the service members who are both here and a lot of times deployed many times over. So with that said, let's get to it. First presentation is going to be small business. And the first group is, we honor today as a small business category. Deployments of a military member can often be felt more significantly by the smaller organizations. We all know that. Even so, the following companies here with us today have gone above and beyond in their support of our service members. And so the small employer recipients for 2016 go this way. We'll start with Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, nominated by Navy Reserve Petty Officer First Class Carl Phillips. Benjamin Franklin Plumbing seeks out National Guardsmen and Reservists despite knowing that they will sometimes be absent to meet military requirements, and they'll be gone for quite some time. In addition to providing differential pay for deployed service members, the company sends care packages to the troops and also to their families to let them know that they're thinking about them. In keeping with its commitment to their military employees, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing also ensures that all of its supervisors are trained on the requirements of the Uniformed Services Employment and Re-Employment Rights Act, which is also known, again, here we go with another acronym, is USERRA. Accepting on behalf of Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, and this award is not light. A big round of applause for Mr. Frank Elston, the President. All right, next one. The Buford Corporation, nominated by Army National Guard First Lieutenant Kent Turner. Lieutenant Turner received calls and emails from his supervisor that the company and CEO are performing military service. Burford hosts several events throughout the year where military members are recognized and thanked for their service. Burford values military members frequently attending military-only job fairs and highlighting the achievements of its military employees on flyers posted throughout the company. And accepting on behalf of the Burford Corporation is Mr. Fred Springer, President and CEO. Now the problem you're going to have is finding a place for that big old eagle. I wonder if maybe somebody's going to take one of these ornaments and put it right on their car, like the hood ornament, or get a big old necklace and just hang it around. That's me. I'm one of the award winners. How about you? Step up. All right. Delmarva Veterans Builders, nominated by Air Force Reserve Technical Sergeant Daniel Mills. Delmarva Veteran Builders value the strong skill sets, loyalty, and dedication among those who serve. And a quarter of the company's workforce currently serves in the Guard or Reserve, owned by a Navy veteran. In the Air Force, Army, and Marines in the group, they're not going to hold that against them. The company pays its military employees up to 12 months of full pay while on military duty. Also includes full 401k retirement contributions. Company President Christopher Eccleston recognizes the unique needs of his employees participating in warrior yoga, and also addresses PTSD and other service-related issues. Accepting on behalf of Delmarva Veteran Builders is Mr. Christopher Eccleston, the President. That yoga thing is no joke, man. I saw some Navy SEALs doing it. That's the one group you're probably not going to make fun of, doing some sort of down dog. That's just not going to happen. I mean, you can do it, but like a buddy of mine told me, you can do everything once in life, and so there you go. Fast Signs International Incorporated, nominated by Air Force Reserve Staff Sergeant Stephen McKenzie. Fast Signs support started before Sergeant McKenzie even left the States in the form of emails, phone calls, cards, and texts of support. It continued throughout his absence with care packages he got every 4 weeks. The company created a photo album with messages of support and sent a copy to both to him and to his family while he was deployed. His family received calls, texts, birthday cards, all during that time. Upon his return, he was surprised with a banner that was signed by corporate staff, a shadow box from his coworkers, and surprises from the CEO, Catherine Munson. Accepting on behalf of Fast Signs International, Ms. Catherine Munson, the CEO. Did you see that part? I said they put up a banner for him? It is Fast Signs after all, I mean. Just saying. Birthday cake would have been a harder one for him to pull off, or something. All right, Hope Valley Industries, nominated by Air National Guard Senior Airman Edward Murata. Hope Valley Industries provided a monetary bonus prior to Airman Murata's departure and hosted a coming home party in his honor to recognize his deployment and service to our country. After he was injured during deployment, Hope Valley Industries helped develop a recovery plan. Professional development was a part of that plan, and company paid for his books, tuition, giving him the opportunity to rise in the organization. That is fantastic. Accepting on behalf of Hope Valley Industries is Mr. Tom Malucci, the CEO. The Eagle, by the way, weighs 45 pounds. Secretary Carter will do 15 pull-ups with that thing, or curls. Again, another round of applause. That was small business. Think about what that takes. You know what I bet we could do? We could probably get these CEOs to give you $1,000 a curl with that Eagle, and we could give it to some charity. We could do this, we could raise some money in the process. I'm always thinking that's how it works. All right, next one. We're going to large business now. In the large business organization, guardsmen and reserves often make up only a small percentage of the workforce when you look at how many people are in their company. But even so, the large employers we recognize today have found innovative ways to individually support their service member employees and highlight their contributions in the process. Start with Alaska Airlines, for instance. Nominated by Air Force Reserve Major Caleb Haley, Alaska Airlines, this is kind of cool. You ready for this one? The resource group reaches out to newly hired Guard and Reserve employees to assist them in transitioning from military to civilian life. Not an easy transition, but they do it. And the company has set a goal to raise its military hires to 10% or greater by 2020, as well as to raise its advancement rates for military employees. The airline's leadership established a military apprenticeship program to help expose transitioning veterans to hiring managers. Alaska Airlines supported a reserve employee who was moving at his own expense. Anybody moved recently? This is the military. That's a stupid question. It's not cheap. But 2,000 pounds of his household goods, they shipped it for free from Anchorage, Alaska to Portland, Oregon, which that would have cost about $4 million. So accepting on behalf of Alaska Airlines is Marilyn Romano, the Regional Vice President for Alaska Air. Next one, and I have a bone to pick with these folks. Do you pump something into the oxygen when I walk into Lowe's? It's kind of the Costco effect. I go in for a tray to paint, and I walk out with $150 worth of tools. What is going on there? Is it Lowe's, nominated by Navy Reserve Lieutenant David Nelson. Founded by 2 Army veterans, Lowe's has long been a military supporter. Between 2005 and 2015, the company donated and shipped more than 4,500 pounds of tools to deployed military units, along with thousands of care packages. Lowe's contributed $25,000 to help bring more than 100 members of the South Carolina National Guard's 122nd Engineer Company for the holidays prior to their deployment. And when the mother of a fallen Marine came into Lowe's to buy flags to display in her home as friends and family visited to pay their last respects, the store manager stepped up and donated every flag she had in her hand and in a cart, and ceremonially folding and presenting them another flag to the grieving mother. Accepting on behalf of Lowe's is Mr. Robert Niblock, Chairman and President and CEO of Lowe's. Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, nominated by Navy Reserve Lieutenant Commander Christopher Wozniak. Goodyear offers pay differential, continued medical benefits, and life insurance for up to 2 years of active duty and 20 days of training. The company supports the ESGR mission by advocating organizational and community support for the Guard Reserve members. Goodyear, by the way, hired 1,000 Guard, Reserve, and veteran employees from 2011 to 2014, did that in 3 years, and renewed the commitment in 2015. The company's Goodyear Gives Back campaign has now raised more than $800,000 in donations to support to our troops just since 2010. Accepting on behalf of Goodyear is Mr. Stephen McClellan, the President. Those are the large companies. Now we're going to go to the public sector presentations. This year, 7 public sector honorees fight fires, teach our children, enforce the law, and they treat us when we're sick. And those, just their day jobs. Our public sector honorees are also dedicated to supporting their Guard and Reserve employees, just like the big and small companies we've just highlighted here. Let's start with the Albuquerque Police Department, nominated by Air National Guard First Lieutenant Philip Block. The Albuquerque Police Department grants 52 days of paid military leave to Guard and Reserve employees called to active duty and differential pay for periods that extend beyond that. The department also pays the employer's share of health insurance for up to 60 months of deployment. They also created the first ever guaranteed interview system for veterans, guardsmen, reservists who meet the minimum qualifications. The department also recognizes National Guard and Reserve service as an alternate to college credits for cadet eligibility. Accepting on behalf of the Albuquerque Police Department is Chief Gordon Eaton. Tell me how. He's going to go back to Albuquerque and put that eagle on his desk and go, yeah, come on in here, check out my eagle. Look at that. I was at the Pentagon, right? And then he's going to have to do scheduling again, like he always does. Next one is Carolina's healthcare system, nominated by Air National Guard Lieutenant Colonel Sylvia Ray. The organization's workforce is currently about 4% Guard, Reserve, or veterans. They have set the goal to increase that total to 7%. Now, the Carolinas healthcare system requires all new leaders and supervisors to receive USERRA training. We just talked about that earlier. And the organization celebrated its 75th year of service with 75,000 cards that they sent out to troops in campaign, and also sponsored an annual Veterans Day breakfast for teammates, their families, and the families of those deployed. Accepting on behalf of the Carolinas healthcare system is Mr. John Jaffe, the president. Next up, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, nominated by Army National Guard First Sergeant John Hold it, here we go. Zagava, is he here? Okay, I'm gonna try it, ready? Zagava. Ding, 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 ding. I'm gonna have a good day. Sheriff Craig Roberts spearheaded the change to the Oregon Constitution, resulting in differential pay for the guardsmen and reservists who are called to active duty. He also worked with the Clackamas County Commission to pass a resolution allowing families of deployed employees to remain on their employer's health plan. The organization assists deployed service members' families with yard work, home repairs. Sheriff Roberts has personally delivered Christmas presents to those same families. Accepting on behalf of the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office is Sheriff Craig Roberts. Notice the 3 stars. He fits right in. The Idaho State Police, nominated by Army National Guard Sergeant Sarah Brecken. After Sergeant Brecken suffered a concussion during active duty training, she was unable to work full-time and released by medical providers. But her supervisor attended military medical boards, worked with the medical personnel who allow her progressive return to work. The organization provided cognitively acceptable work at home or in prescribed work environment for a set period of time, contributing directly to her successful therapy and to her recovery. Accepting on behalf of the Idaho State Police is Colonel Ralph Powell. Got an Idaho fan club here? Where was that rowdiness earlier when I was calling for it? So you're taking the tour of the Pentagon, right? So can we get the bird off his shoulder and put some stars? Just get like 4 or 5. They got those somewhere. Somebody in here can handle that, I think. Next up, and these guys are fun because I just dealt with them on the Silver Spring explosion. And it was pretty funny because everything was getting sideways, and sometimes in the media, you know, we're frowned upon. Imagine that. And this guy from the Maryland State Police walked over, and the problem was solved that fast. They're an awesome bunch. I'm forever a fan. So the Maryland State Police, nominated by Army First Sergeant, Reserve First Sergeant Greg Harrington. 15% of the department's ranks are filled with guardsmen and reservists, plus 28% of the current academy class. Think of those numbers. The Maryland State Police offers a wide range of initiatives to recruit from the military population, including pay differential for both police officers and support staff. The department promises ESGR's values and engages with organizations to help them build more robust support programs for their guardsmen and their reservists. Accepting on behalf of the Maryland State Police is Colonel William Pelosi. Next up, Prairie Grove Consolidated School District 46. That must be a pain on the business card. That just goes on and on. Number 46, they were nominated by Marine Corps Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Patricia Klopp. The district made 2.5 years of full contributions to Colonel Klopp's retirement system fund while she was on military orders. Prairie Grove granted her an extra 2 weeks of paid leave before she deployed to help her take care of some personal affairs and her family's needs. The school district also supports the Marine Corps Reserve's Toys for Tots drive each year with donations given in Colonel Klopp's honor. Accepting on behalf of the Prairie Grove Consolidated School District 46 is Dr. Philip Bender, Superintendent. That's a smart man. He wore sneakers at the Pentagon. It's 5 miles if you walk this entire building, man. That's hard on your heels. Good for him. Seattle Fire Department, nominated by Navy Reserve Commander Chris Carter. While the department offers pay differential and 256 hours of paid military leave each year, it excels in its personal care for guardsmen and reservists. When the son of a Seattle firefighter was killed in action, the department provided immediate time off and assigned 2 firefighters to full-time duty supporting and assisting that family. The organization also staffs job fairs with Guard and Reserve employees to help it recruit from the military demographic. Accepting on behalf of the state.
All right, folks, we're going to switch from this live event, taking you out to Florida right now, where Governor Rick Scott is doing a Zika roundtable happening live.
And for the last month, and I want to give you a personal shout out. I remember when you were elected, you went around to 5 cities around the country. The Miami Convention Bureau was the only destination marketing organization that hit all 5 cities. We knew good things were going to happen, so we compliment you on all of that. Starting really basically a month ago when something happened on the other side, we implemented basically daily meetings. So many of the people you see in this room meet every day on this issue. We take Saturday and Sunday off, but we also meet them. But compliments to the health department, the Surgeon General, and the partners, the city, the county. We've been at the press conferences at the EOC with the CDC folks. But really the message we've developed is that when we all work together, good things can happen. We saw on the other side of the bay, good things happen. We all work together, and you reduce the size.
And we haven't had a case in almost 3 weeks.
Yeah. So that's what's so encouraging here on the beach, that program worked over there. We're replicating it. We dialed it up. The mayor was on the streets, I think, Saturday, getting up that standing.
And the other thing is local code enforcement has done a good job, both at the county and at the city level. So which has helped a lot.
But we're working at the Bureau of Partnership with Visit Florida. Visit Florida meets with us every day on those same calls, by the way, at our request, and gladly. We're working with the convention industry. We're in a district here. Across the street is coming out of the ground one of the best convention centers in the world. And so we're working with our meeting planners to tell them exactly what is happening. And that, this is, using your words, we're going to get through this. We've beat these things before. We're all working together, and we're very optimistic that good things are happening, and we're going to get through this sooner rather than later and get that vaccine done.
Bill, I want to just add, because it's timely, that the Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the Miami Beach BCA, Peggy Benoit's chairman or president of the Miami Beach BCA, we're going to be purchasing through Costco 3,000 packages of 3 cans, 6-ounce cans, and we're going to be distributing those free of charge to businesses in the Zika zone. We should have those probably in our inventory at the convention center in the Visit Miami Beach Center, and we'll distribute those. We'll work with the BCA to get the announcement out in the city, hopefully, and encouraging businesses to come and pick up those cans. So, as you said, it's important for people to use that spray.
Well, the other thing on their schools, schools started down here, and the county health department provided bug repellent around the school, and the Department of Education also prepared teacher toolkits to help teach
And all
the
of those
kids.
schools, as a result of that, opened on time on Monday.
Right.
On
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. So, good. Carol, did you want?
Well, thank you, Governor. And many of you know that I've referred to him over the years as the tourism governor, and I again want to thank you for what you've done to spearhead this effort and making sure that our tourists are continuing to come. But nothing, of course, is more important than the health and safety of our tourists. And so on behalf of the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, we have over 10,000 members in the state. I have several board members here today. Before I ask any of them if they want to say a few things, I want to thank all of the members of our association that have worked so hard. We, like Bill, stay on daily calls with Will and Visit Florida and get and disseminate CDC information is invaluable. The videos that, if you haven't seen the video today of how to pack, I mean, we're getting ready to change our website to, if you are a member and an operator, click here, because there's different rules and different steps we want you to take by providing, repellent. General, I love your idea that you pray it every day. I think we usually put on like cologne or perfume in the morning. I think it has to change for a little bit to bug repellent, and I'll make sure I do that. It has its own
special odor.
We have a odor. So, and then we're going to have another click for, the tourists coming. We're going to separate it so you can clearly immediately see, how to pack, what to bring, things that you're going to need as you come to Florida. But come to Florida. We're open for business. It's a fantastic place. It's a great place to vacation, and we, like the consulate said, we want to have a balancing act here of how important it is to continue to travel here, and I want to thank all of you for helping us to continue to do that. I know we have Mary from the Fountain Blue, and I know that we have Jean from the Biltmore, and many of our hotel properties are offering indoor activities for pregnant women and mothers, and I think that is to be commended, to think outside of the box. People come, they're sad if they think, gosh, I'm pregnant, I shouldn't maybe go out to the beach tonight or something, but some of them have done so many creative things by providing opportunities indoor. Many of our restaurants have outdoor seating, so they're providing citronella and things to keep it safe outside. So I want to thank the industry, because at the bequest of our state leader, you have all heeded the warning and the standing water. I think I say standing water at night in my sleep, because I've heard it so much that I'm even going around my own place looking now for standing water. So. But thank you all for the industry stepping up to the plate and doing everything that you can to keep the state safe. And Jean, I don't know if you or Mary want to...
And what's the most important is if there's something you think, and the mayors would think this way, we think this way, the health departments, there's something that we need to be doing to be helpful, we want to hear those things.
Right.
Mary, speak up.
No, good morning, Governor. Good morning, Carol. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Italian here on the beach, we appreciate all your information and being here today. We're definitely getting creative with the great ideas that you're all putting forward. That it's definitely affecting our hotels, but I think that by getting ahead of it, we're really impacting and making a difference. So we appreciate you being here on behalf of the local chapter of the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. Thank you for your leadership during this time. So thank you for everything, and we appreciate transferring your information.
I think we're doing generally the community, all various leaders, political leaders, and our industry leaders. I think we're doing virtually everything we can. As we talk today, these type of get together and discussion, we can fill in some of it. But it's the execution, continued execution that we need to I need to say, Governor, just one quick thing, because it was at the CDC, at the EOC, when the head of the CDC, I just want to get this on the record, both you and Dr. Eden have said that the local governments here have an excellent mosquito control program. I think that's worth saying over and over. It's a thankless job, but it's a critical component of getting it done. But the local mosquito control program is an excellent program, and we thank you for that.
Well, you have very good mosquito control, and I think the other thing you have to be proud about is once it's happened, like we go at Wynwood, everybody started saying, okay, what can we add? Code enforcement started going around to help get rid of the standing water. So everybody has sort of shown up, but we have to keep showing up. So is there anybody else from the industry? Because our goal is, yes.
Wendy.
Hi, good morning. Wendy Coulter, presidency of the Great Miami Beaches Hotel Association, and we'd love to thank you all for being here and for your continued support. And we're all of our partners are here and our government officials. And I also want to acknowledge our tens of thousands of hospitality employees. We have been doing lots of different types of jobs right now. With like Carol was saying, some of the different creative ways that we're keeping them very comfortable and feeling good and safe, as well as working very hard to keep the properties, ready. I can tell you, I've learned a lot about exterminating companies, and I spoke with a big one here in Miami last night, and they have been really ramping up their programs, daily. A lot of other hotels have participated, so there's a lot of focus on protecting the property as well.
Yep.
Anything that we can do to support all that as well.
Sure, and by the way, on top of the county's effort on mosquito control, as part of the funding out of the state budget, the Department of Health has funding to hire, and they have hired private contractors to be helpful. So if anybody in the hospitality industry needs any support on top of what the county is doing, but the county is actually doing a great job.
Carlos Gazatua from the FRLA, Visit Florida, as well as Sturgis Restaurants. We have many employees as well as many residents all over Dade County and Broward coming to our restaurant. And one of the things I want to talk to the Surgeon General is many are asking, the flu season's coming up, healthcare is opening up in October. Should we be encouraging every resident when they go and do their blood annual work to be tested as well? Many males are concerned as well, just because you're not necessarily pregnant, but your wife is pregnant. There's concerns. We've heard that in our coffee windows and shops as we hear kind of the local residents talking. So I want to talk to you about that and see what your advice is for the Miami residences as now they go and get their blood work checked and stuff. Should we be encouraging that as well?
We and the governor several weeks back instructed and gave the department the ability to offer free testing for all pregnant women. Again, we all are aware of the concerns and some of the long-lasting impacts on babies, unfortunately. The recommendation for men, if they have a pregnant partner, if they have traveled to an area where there's known ongoing transmission of Zika, to use barrier contraception for 3 weeks after return. If you live in an area where there's an ongoing concern, the recommendation would be to continue that until we are past the point where we have identified ongoing transmission. For 45 days is the amount of time that CDC is recommending. That's 3 incubation periods. At that point, we would feel that the risk is back to where it was before. If the pregnancy continues throughout, in that whole time, there is a travel advisory in that area, we would recommend barrier protection for that entire period. We certainly understand that there are concerns around pregnancy. That's, I think, why we are all here and why this is such a priority. So that's the recommendation that we have for men. Now, if they have symptoms, then they certainly should go in and get tested. But if they're asymptomatic, that's the recommendations.
But we provide free, it's absolutely free to the public, assessment and test at every county health department in the entire state for anybody that's pregnant. So we're going to do everything we can to make people feel comfortable. Before I turn it over to, go ahead.
I have one question. My name is Brian Johnson. I'm from Johnstone, and it's an honor to have you here, of course. But the question I have is, I have a bunch of staff that have been with me for multiple years. I have customers that have been coming for years. They're very much old school in their thinking on how to stop it, as compared to saying using sprays. I've had them come to me going, can I use Avon Skin So Soft? Can I make this citronella thing on me? Could you, as a Surgeon General, put out and debunk some of the bad ideas of it for the general population? Because, every whaler has a story and an idea what to do. And give them a little more concrete to work with.
Yes. I've heard some interesting suggestions. On our website, we have a list of the approved items, the types of repellents that are considered effective and are EPA approved. If you think and we have that information on a number of the printed materials that we have, but if you have other ideas of how we can better disseminate that information, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
And by the way, there's a daily update on the Florida Department of Health website every day. So everybody, we're going to do everything we can to keep everybody informed. All right, Mayor Regalado, did you want to say something first? I'll turn it. Then
I yield the floor to my great friend, the visiting mayor, Mayor Regalado.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm from the other side. Like Bill said,
so you're experienced now.
Where something happened a few weeks ago, and I'm here to show that the City of Miami government has been working with the health department, and I want to thank you, Governor, because you've been very gracious with so many phone calls to understand what is going on in Miami. We have Commissioner Ken Russell, who represents part of Wynwood. We have Assistant City Manager Seri Igawaba. We have Deputy Chief Pete Gomez. We have another liaison with the Council of Courts, and the reason that they are here is because Seri is the lead person of the City of Miami effort. Chief Gomez is doing an economic impact on Wynwood, and I can tell you for a fact, and I'm very happy with the optimism here about what I read about Miami Beach, but I can tell you as a fact that business in Wynwood is down, and it is down dramatically. And so we are preparing an economic impact, the Fire and Rescue Department, and we will be sending that to you. But my question here to you, Governor, is that we keep hearing code enforcement, code compliance, and this is part of the daily conversation about standing water and the work that the code is doing. However, the state law is very clear and very strict. Code compliance officers cannot enter a property without permission of the owner or the resident. The state law says that a code compliance officer cannot even go to the next property, look over the fence, and take a picture of the situation. So my question to you is, an executive power to waive that requirement in the areas that are considered ground zero, like Wynwood, Miami Beach, because we had hundreds of citations in Wynwood, and there's always, the state law requires due process. So you have 30 days to comply. You have 10 days, or you're going to be brought to the board. But the fact of the matter is that we're ready. Seri oversees code compliance. We have 17 inspectors that are ready and willing to go. But by state law, we cannot do it. So my question is, do you have any executive powers so code compliance inspectors will be able to search for in some properties for standing water, for debris, and so forth?
I will find out. I don't know right now, and so I will find out, and I'll call you back. Hopefully, I can get back to you today. So I'll call as soon as the meeting's over with and check. Okay. First off, I want to thank Mayor Levine for hosting this event, and you have a beautiful city.
Thank you. Do you see why I have him speak before me? Because he's got great questions. First of all, Governor, I just want to thank you so much for coming to Miami Beach. We appreciate it. The entire community appreciates it. And when I invited you the other day, I didn't think it was going to be this quick. If I invite you to my house for dinner, are you going to come the next day?
Maybe that night.
Make sure I'm prepared. So I just want to thank you on behalf of the entire community. It's really appreciated by everybody. Our community is united. We have Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, Commissioner Aliman is here, our city manager, Jimmy Morales. Commissioner Grieco. He's way in the back over there and listening intently. And we got a quorum. So we could actually do some great things. But we do appreciate it. We're united together. We're doing everything we can. I know Mayor Jimenez is unable to make it today, but we are working so closely with the county. It's working so wonderfully together as a partnership. A couple of quick things I was going to ask you, and just as far as the disclosure and the transparency, I think that the Consul General said it all, and we look forward to that. Two things. Number one, Miami Beach we know is the number one top tourist destination. So, and as Mayor Regalado said, there could be an impact. We expect to have some type of impact. Is there any way that there's an opportunity with the state to come together with some special budget for Miami-Dade County, some media advertising budget, to go out and do some type of unique national campaign, international campaign, to kind of talk about, where we're at, and that, it's a great place to visit, and kind of overcompensate and maybe get through this period of time, the special period that we have. So, one idea.
So, here's the authority we have now.
Okay.
Our Department of Economic Opportunity has already been over in the Wynwood area, and it's already been over here. And we have a program at the state level that provides loans to businesses that have been impacted. That's step one. Visit Florida's the way they're funded. This year's budget is about almost $75 million, and theirs is a match program. And so they actually can, if there was a local group that wanted to do something, they have the ability in their budget. They'd have to change how they are spending their budget right now, but with the support of their board, they have the authority right now to be able to do that. The only other way it would happen is it would have to. I don't know if I would ever have the authority to do that on my own.
Emergency basis. Some kind of emergency.
So I'd have to go back and look at what authority I have, and then the only other way is to go back and work with Representative Richardson and work with the legislature, which the legislature is not right now scheduled to come back in session until next March. So, but I will find out.
Some kind of consideration, some kind of emergency, because this is so extraordinary. So I think it requires extraordinary steps.
Mayor, we're already talking about how we can match. We have local resources, thanks to you, thanks to the county, with Visit Florida, and do exactly
something immediate, something big, something powerful, something really impactful. The second thing is, Governor, is we all know we have we have big elections coming up, and we're going to have a lot of people at these elections in November, and a lot of people are going to be waiting in line out there, and we don't want them exposed to mosquitoes. Is there any way you could look at extending the early voting at all these affected counties so that people are not going to be standing outside as long and therefore exposed to these potential mosquitoes?
Yeah, we have. It's something to look at. We have, we've got everybody can go to absentee ballot, so you don't even have to go out. All right, we've got a lot of days of early voting. I think we've got more than most states already have. And I don't think I'd have. Mayor, I have where we've seen lines in the past is where they have a whole bunch of ballot initiatives. I don't think that's the case. I'd have to go back and look, but it's something I can look at.
That would be great. And I just think that.
But that most of that's caused by, remember that year they had like 17 pages of ballot initiatives, and everybody had them. So.
And I think that what's testament here is that the South Florida community, Miami-Dade, is a very united community, and you see it here, and I think that we're a great model for the country. Yeah. That this is how you get things done, and we appreciate you being here.
One thing we all have to think about is we are going to have rain on Tuesday, and at least it looks like the southern half of the state. So everybody, to the extent everybody can go out and vote early, it's a sunny day. Go vote. So
Chamber of Commerce weather.
Yeah, only Miami Beach, though, right?
I wanted to add to your question about voting. I think that's an excellent question. We also thought about what would happen potentially that day. So we were working with our Department of State Secretary Detzner to put together guidelines for all of the polling locations to go out and starting, some of them started months ago, to look around for any breeding grounds, work closely with mosquito control district, make sure there's not litter or any other receptacles that could be a potential site to collect water, and also to potentially hand out repellent as people are waiting. So we have that.
And if there's any way to extend them in the affected counties by executive order or even by a letter to the election boards in those counties recommending it from the governor's office where needed, I think it would be a big help because we don't need these people exposed.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
I think that first and foremost, Governor, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all the hard work. Mayor Levine and the Chamber, thank you for hosting. As the county, I would tell you that we are working nonstop on this. I think everybody knows that very well, and thank you for the words earlier, our mayor. Our mayor is right now dealing with the issues with the storm and so on. We're looking at everything and possibilities and everything that's happening. I'm here making sure, and I appreciate the invitation. I hear a lot across the room, and you're right. Transparency, partnership, and all that is an outstanding situation for every one of us. Our future depends on all the work that we all do. Tourism is our key economic engine in our state, especially in Dade County, and all our cities that are involved, Miami and Miami Beach and every city. But most of all, our citizens and the way we're protecting and what we're doing. I want to thank the Surgeon General and Ability, and of course our local representative that is here too, forefront and making sure things happen. As far as funding, our two congressional people that are represented here have done an outstanding job in trying to find those funds so we can get them through the U.S. government, because it's not just us, it's 47 states that are affected. And I want to be clear, because sometimes we want to own the massive problem, but it's really a lot of other
It's a national problem.
It's a national problem, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to be real clear on that. We start sometimes trying to do this way, and we want to make sure that people understand that, you know, there's other states affected. There's almost 800 cases in New York compared to our 400 here. You know, it's a lot of cases out there, and we want to make sure how and what. That's a whole different situation. But it's important that we let people know, because I think education is very important. Knowledge, the media is extremely important to all of us, because the media needs to get it out there. Everything we're doing now with the storm, and you said it earlier, Governor. When it comes in the rains and so on, we need to be very proactive ahead of time. And the Surgeon General said too, making sure we don't leave out things that could continue to hold water. Now, Regalado is a great idea as far as trying to find solutions as to beef up our code enforcement and being able to go in and inspectors and be able to deal with the issues that we need to deal with. But I want to congratulate also our mayor, Mayor Carlos Jimenez, that's not here right now because he's dealing with this, but he's done an outstanding job from day one, working with all of you and Mayor, especially I got two of my mayors in my district here, to find solutions. But the most important thing, Governor, I think it's going to come to the end of the day. I think everybody's doing their best. Of course, my dear friend Bill, when it said vaccine, yes, that's a big thing. But also money. That is something we're going to need put out there. This costs money. We got people, we got boots on the ground. Liliana has worked hard with that. We've all put in as much as we can. But the funding is going to be extremely important as we move forward. And with the election issue, yes, Tuesday's a big day. We're right now trying to figure out, how, when, and the storm, and how it's going to affect, how bad, how less. And it's a gamble because it could turn on a moment's notice, as we remember the past with Wilma and others that have just spinned in a different way that everybody didn't expect. And I think we'll all become pretty experienced and knowledgeable on that. So as far as the county is concerned, and the Governor, once again, thank you. We've worked together with all our cities and in partnerships with all our chambers and institutions to continue to be transparent and work together. But again, three things are important, is to continue that, the funding, and to make sure the information is extremely important, that we're not the only ones affected, and that we need to make sure that we all learn from each other, even though there are different types of situations as Surgeon General kind of put out earlier. Let's all do as much as we can. But again, the county stands ready to do anything it needs to do to help out in any way.
And so we've allocated $26.2 million at the state, and so we'll do more if we need to. $23 million of that now is directed where we're going to direct. We know where we're directing it. So what else?
Governor, I'd like to dovetail on what the commissioner said. We're from a small municipality, Virginia Gardens, of course, one of the smaller ones in Dade County. But even though we're the smaller ones, we still represent Boeing, Televisa, and Pan Am Flight Academy, which is a large economic impact to South Florida. We've done what we could do in our town. We've used a...
Sorry.
We treated all of our drains with the briquettes, the 90-day briquettes, not only in our residential areas, all the businesses as well. The county was at in our neighborhood 3 days ago. My wife calls me up. Listen, I got a guy knocking on our door. Who's out there? We called one of your officers. So one officer checked them out. They are from the county. So let's be on the safe side. So they are out, being proactive. The biggest thing for us is communication. You know, we're a very small municipality with limited resources. We're spraying our park, fogging our park every morning. Our ball field, our playgrounds, our city hall is being fogged every morning. So the biggest thing for us is communication. On the other side, I'm the safety manager for South Florida District Postal Service, and we cover Port St. Lucie down to Key West. I think the communication on that level needs to improve a little bit. Even though I'm able to get it from the municipal side, but on the federal side, dealing with the Postal Service, we have a lot of employees that work outside. I was tasked with supplying the employees with insect repellent, so I had to come up with 3,000 cans of insect repellent. I went to about 5 different Home Depots and wiped them out, and then the next day I called Granger and was able to work a deal out. And I went to Costco, as a matter of fact, but it got to be a little fiasco over there, so I didn't wipe out Costco. But the biggest thing is communication, and we can distribute that to our employees as well. And for a Surgeon General, for a male like me who have a child in college and a child who's a senior in high school, my baby days are over. What are the side effects or long-term effects for someone like me if I'm infected, or another female who is not going to have any more children?
In general, Zika infection and the symptoms are considered relatively mild in most cases. So we look for fever, joint pains, a rash, and conjunctivitis or red eyes. Those are the 4 common symptoms. Some people have headaches and some general feelings of not feeling very good. Typically, those symptoms pass within a week or 2, and you're back to normal. But the reason it's so important for all of us to do what we can to prevent being infected is because if you get infected and then another mosquito bites you and then bites someone else, and if that's a pregnant woman, that's really our concern. So if we can all do our part to minimize our number of infections overall, that then is protective to pregnant women. So as an individual, the risk is limited and low, but from a community perspective and for pregnant women and their babies, that's why it's important for all of us to do our part.
One more question for you. I know we keep hearing about Wynwood and we hear about Miami Beach, but it's not to keep me away because I love both places. Like we're over here all the time on Miami Beach and Lincoln Road and Wynwood. What about the other municipalities? Have there been other cases confirmed? And we have 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County. Are there other cases confirmed within those municipalities?
We have had a number of the Singleton cases that I referred to earlier and have gone through that process of tracking where those people have been, testing people that either live in their household, co-workers, people that have been at common events. And in the majority of those cases, we've not found any other cases associated with them. So when we go through that process and we don't find additional cases, we consider it closed, meaning that there's not any ongoing local transmission associated with that person. And again, that's a testament to the mosquito control efforts, getting rid of standing water, making sure people are using repellent so that we prevent additional bites and infections as a result. So that is what we've seen. The governor mentioned chikungunya and dengue. In the past, we've seen these isolated cases that don't lead to ongoing transmission. In those cases, we consider them closed and focus our efforts on prevention.
All right. I want to thank everybody for coming. I hope everybody feels comfortable that if there's anything at the state that's necessary, you feel comfortable calling either me or call the Surgeon General. So talk to Lillian, and then I know all the mayors would say the same thing. If there's anything that you believe you need, I think every mayor is engaged. I want to thank the Chamber for hosting us today, and I want to thank Mayor Levine for being a great host. Thanks for being here.
Press, can you meet us out here?
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Good morning, everybody. Sky Fox up in the air in Phoenix here, where last night there was a shooting near 28th Street and Broadway. And now the investigation does continue this morning here at this apartment complex. So right now you can see that command unit in South Phoenix neighborhood. Detectives laying down the evidence markers in front of a window that was shot out. This is near 27th Street and Wood. One man was hit. He is in surgery right now, 1 mile away from a triple shooting last night. So a very active evening for police investigators. If you're just joining us here, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see police are in the neighborhood once again, still doing this shooting investigation near 28th Street and Broadway. One man was hit in this location last night. He's in surgery right now. This is just a couple of blocks away from where the triple shooting occurred last night as well. So a very active evening for police, and now investigation does continue here at this residence and neighborhood. You can see police pulling some stuff from this home here. Could be evidence of some sort. You can see the command unit is there, as well as other police detectives on the scene here near 28th Street and Broadway. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream with us this Friday morning here. Sky Fox up in the air. See how the detectives are working this scene here. They're measuring out areas that they deem important. And you can still see police investigators on the scene here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, everyone. We are in live Skyfox aerials showing us as detectives are working this neighborhood here near 28th Street and Broadway. There was a triple shooting yesterday, as well as a single shooting of a suspect just a couple blocks away. Once again, folks, you can see the mobile command center there as investigators are in the neighborhood near 28th Street and Broadway. Last night it was a very, very busy evening for police in this area. There was a triple shooting that occurred where 3 victims were sent to the hospital. Right now their conditions are unknown at this time, but you can see as police really working this scene here, just trying to get as much evidence as they can to start to piece together this crime scene here. You can see all those markers there. Those are evidence markers. They could be bullet casings, they could be anything of worthiness for these officers and detectives working this case here right now. All right, you can see Sky Fox is now leaving the scene. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. In just a little bit, we should be getting a Tim Kaine event live from Florida. He's going to be doing a Get Out the Vote Their rally. It was expected about 15 minutes ago still. That is going to be coming at in Tallahassee, Florida. So as soon as we get that event up, we will take that for you. Also, coming up a little bit later, just starting at noon Arizona time, Vice President Biden will attend an event at the Joseph R. Biden Jr. Railroad Station to announce new investment in rail service, which will benefit Amtrak and underscore the importance of investing in our nation's transportation infrastructure from Wilmington, Delaware. We all know Vice President Joe Biden as Amtrak Joe. When he was a U.S. Senator, he would actually take the Amtrak from Delaware to Washington, D.C. He would commute there. So he knows the Amtrak very, very well, and that's how he got the little nickname as Amtrak Joe. So we'll be having that for you at around noon as well. I want to catch you up on some headlines here while we are talking. Hope everyone's having a great, great day. Here's the latest in the Zika blood testing. We just saw a Florida roundtable discussion about Zika. Now the FDA advises Zika screening for all U.S. blood centers. Federal action to ward off the threat of the Zika virus moved into another phase today. The Food and Drug Administration announced that all U.S. blood banks should start screening for the virus, a major expansion intended to protect the nation's blood supply from the mosquito-borne disease. The new advisory means all U.S. states and territories will need to begin testing blood donations for Zika. Previously, the requirement was limited to areas with active Zika transmission, such as Puerto Rico and 2 Florida counties. Blood banks already test donations for HIV, hepatitis, West Nile virus, and other blood-borne viruses. Last month, the FDA told blood centers in Miami and Fort Lauderdale to immediately stop collecting donations until they could begin screening each unit of blood for Zika. The order followed new confirmed reports of local Zika transmission, the first in the continental U.S. In the nation's capital on Friday today, the Commerce Department released a relatively dismal report on U.S. business growth this spring. It said the gross domestic product grew at an annual rate of only 1.1%. But across the country, Federal Reserve Chair was waxing optimistic about the economy and hinting that an interest rate hike could be in the future. Speaking in the leading bankers of the world at a conference in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, she said those with monetary policy are leaning towards raising the interest rates in light of a solid job market. Now here's the latest on the Clinton Foundation. Clinton defends work of the Family Foundation. Hillary Clinton is defending the work of her family foundation, saying the organization needs more time to ensure the continuity of their programs. If elected, Clinton says she'll take additional steps to make sure there are no conflicts of interest between her administration and the global charitable network founded by her husband. She says the winding down of the programs and finding partners takes very much time. Clinton did tell other media reports that in an interview that she was going to make sure that it does not undermine the excellence of the results already given. Former President Bill Clinton announced last week that if his wife is elected president, the Clinton Foundation would no longer accept foreign and corporate donations. He would step down from its board and no longer would raise money for the organization. Here is the very latest in the heroin overdose epidemic, especially in Cincinnati, Ohio. Police in Cincinnati are asking for the public's help in finding the source of the suspected heroin behind an estimated 78 overdoses in 2 days this week. Authorities believe the same batch is linked to 3 recent deaths. They say they were an estimated 78 overdoses on Tuesday and Wednesday and 174 overdoses in emergency rooms within the past week. Local officials are calling it a public health emergency. And now we're going to take you to the White House daily briefing where they are about to get going.
Oh, you'll be blocking me all the time. So I haven't changed my outfit. You're supposed to be high, low, 10 out of 10. Oh, when you were high or low, you never paid that much. Question, you walk away. That's all you do. I'm not even asking a question. No, I already, but I thought you were saying. So I will also do that. What a stranger in the front row today. Okay, yes. Because I think we'll probably. Yeah, trying to. You missed something? I can't see the name of this big. You missed something? Nothing to see here. Oh, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. That's exactly right. Mr. Carl's in the house. That's a good answer. The non-answer. How you doing? Not say the name. I only have 40 seconds. I get the name in there. Henceforth known as Big Ass. Say Donald Trump. Go. Yeah.
And it's such a climate.
Yeah, well, it's a conservation. This is conservation of risk
That's in Hawaii.
That's it. And that's it.
Morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Before we get started, I'll just do a one piece of news that you may have seen already. As part of the President's commitment to protect the natural beauty of the United States, we announced today that President Obama is building on this leadership by taking an historic step in creating the world's largest marine protected area just off the coast of Hawaii. The designation will more than quadruple the size of the existing marine monument, permanently protecting pristine coral reefs, deep sea marine habitats, and other important ecological features and resources in the waters of the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. Altogether, President Obama has protected more public lands and waters than any other president, and has protected important marine and coastal environments, spectacular natural areas renowned for their outdoor recreation opportunities they offer. And these sites often help tell the story of significant people or extraordinary events in American history. In fact, studies have shown that every dollar we invest in our national parks generates $10 for the national economy, most of which stays in local communities. And our national parks, forests, and other public lands attract visitors from all over the world, fueling local economies and supporting an estimated $646 billion national outdoor economy. So I'm happy to take your questions on the Papahānui Makua Kea National Marine Monument or anything else that may be on your mind today.
Thanks, Josh.
There's been a little practicing this morning.
Let's start with the economy. I wanted to ask you about this new assessment showing that the economy was growing at a 1.1% rate in the spring, a little bit of a revision downward. Is that concerning to the White House or not, particularly given the assessment from Chairwoman Yellen that the economy looks like it's strong enough that the case is building for an interest rate hike?
Yeah. Well, listen, the revision was just down 0.1 of 1%. So I don't think that there is a whole lot of new information that's revealed in the revision, some greater specificity around some of the underlying metrics. But look, even in those underlying metrics, there is some optimistic data to take a look at. I think the most significant of those is that consumer spending grew at a very strong rate of 4.4% in the second quarter. And I think that is consistent with the strong readings of consumer sentiment that we see in the economy. I think that is an indication that the president's optimism about the economy is shared pretty broadly by the American people. Now, I think everybody agrees that there's a lot more important work that needs to get done. And the president certainly has spent some time talking about additional steps he believes the country needs to take to ensure that economic opportunity is being enjoyed by people up and down the income scale. And that's why the president has made expanding access to a college education such a high priority. And the president continues to believe that a robust investment in infrastructure, particularly while interest rates are low, would have positive economic benefits for the country in the short term, but would also lay a foundation for our long-term economic strength. So the president's got plenty of ideas about what additional work could be done to strengthen the economy and to further strengthen economic growth. But the president's optimism about the U.S. economy is widely shared, and it should be. As it relates to comments from the Fed chair, I understand that she gave a speech a little earlier this morning, and I'll let her assessment of the economy speak for itself.
Thanks, Josh. There's been this debate taking place in France over the burkini, which, although it's a different legal system over there, it seems to mirror the debate that we've been having in this country about religious freedom and tolerance and concerns expressed on the political sphere about Islam. If a U.S. municipality were to ban the use of the burkini the way a number have in France, what kind of a view of that would the White House take?
Yeah. Well, Josh, I want to be careful of not weighing in too aggressively to second guess the policy decisions that are being made by one of our closest allies, particularly when it comes to their assessment about national security and homeland security. I think what I can say affirmatively about the United States, and certainly the approach that the President has taken, is there's a reason that the United States is a beacon of freedom around the world. The United States of America was founded to serve as a country where people could observe their religious faith and worship God without the fear of persecution or even intrusion by government authorities. This freedom of religion is something that we hold dear in this country. And what's important about the right to a freedom of religion is that every American citizen enjoys it. Every American citizen, regardless of your faith, benefits from the protection that's provided by the United States Constitution. The President certainly believes strongly in protecting the freedom of religion, and it believes that it's important that the commitment to that value and the commitment to that principle is reflected in the kinds of policies that are advanced by the federal government. The President also happens to believe that the commitment to those values actually strengthens our national security.
And lastly, we didn't have a chance to talk a lot about the Olympics while the President was on Martha's Vineyard, but Ryan Lochte is now being charged with filing basically a false police report in Brazil. And I'm wondering, given the fact that we have an extradition treaty with Brazil, would the U.S. consider a request from Brazil to extradite one of our own citizens?
Well, listen, the United States will certainly adhere to the terms of any extradition treaty that we've signed with any country in the world. Obviously, as we've discussed in a very different context, we remain committed to following those guidelines assiduously and allowing the guidelines of those treaties and the law here in the United States to guide those discussions and to guide those decisions. I can't speak to the details of the charges that have been reportedly filed against Mr. Lochte. So, for more details on that, I think I'd refer you either to Brazilian authorities or to attorneys that have been retained by Mr. Lochte. Okay, Aisha.
Thanks. There have been reports of Yemeni missiles hitting Saudi Arabia's oil facilities today. I was wondering, and oil prices are up on these reports. Is the White House monitoring this? Is there concern about this latest seeming attack?
Aisha, I've not seen the specific report. What I can tell you in general is that the United States has expressed on a number of occasions our concern about potential instability along Saudi Arabia's southern border. I think the only people who are more concerned about that are the Saudis themselves. And they have expressed their own concerns about how some of the chaos and violence that they've seen in Yemen could spill over into Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has undertaken military actions that they say are necessary to try to limit that threat. And the United States has provided some limited support to those operations. We certainly do stand shoulder to shoulder with our partners in Saudi Arabia as they figure out the most effective way to limit the national security risk that they face from the chaos and violence in the country along their southern border.
Moving on to Iran, so a U.S. Navy ship fired warning shots toward an Iranian fast attack craft yesterday, and this is the latest in a series of incidents in the Gulf this week. I was wondering, what does the White House think about these incidents, that they seem to be escalating? Does the White House consider that these tactics are are planned, or that this is that these events are being orchestrated towards some end? What is the White House view on these incidents?
Yeah, Aisha, you won't be surprised to hear that the White House is well aware of recent incidents in and around the Strait of Hormuz of Iranian vessels approaching U.S. vessels who are operating in international waters. The Department of Defense has reached their own assessment about a couple of these situations and determined that the actions that were taken by the Iranian vessels were unsafe and unprofessional. It's unclear exactly what their intentions were or what their aims might have been, but the behavior that we have seen is not acceptable, primarily because this is already a volatile region of the world, and in a compressed space like the Strait of Hormuz, it only increases the risk associated with possible miscalculations. That's certainly something that we want to avoid. And the truth is, a more dangerous interaction was avoided because of the professionalism and skill of the United States Navy and our men and women who represent our country in the United States Navy. So obviously the situation is rather unique, and our ability to discern exactly what their intent is limited by the fact that we don't have diplomatic relations with Iran. There are some channels where we've engaged in some talks, but there are no formal diplomatic representation of the United States on Iranian soil. That typically, where we've had these kinds of concerns have been raised by, for example, Russian military vessels. We've got diplomatic channels that we can use to express our concerns and to try to reach an understanding about what exactly happened. We're a little limited in our ability to do so because of the limited diplomatic relations between the United States and Iran.
But is there a concern that these incidents are escalating? Is there maybe a call now to maybe change tactics or on the U.S. behalf, or to do something about these incidents that keep occurring?
Well, just make sure that the record is clear here. These are U.S. vessels who are operating professionally in international waters, consistent with international norms. And it's only because of their professionalism that a more significant incident was avoided. And the behavior and the actions that we've seen by these Iranian vessels is a source of concern because their actions were unsafe and unprofessional, and because in territory that's as compressed, or in international waters that are as compressed as the Strait of Hormuz, the likelihood of miscalculation is increased. And that's certainly something that we want to avoid. Okay, Michelle.
We've heard plenty of speeches this week from each presidential candidate, especially just yesterday, hearing from both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, pretty much back to back. And what you see is the nominee on each side basically calling the other a bigot. You've talked about the debate in this country and how that's good for America. Do you still feel like the debate is good for this country?
Well, I think the president himself has acknowledged that there are certain aspects of our political discourse have gotten too polarized in a way that ultimately is counterproductive and only does feed greater dysfunction in our political system. And the president has acknowledged that his own performance on this measure is not perfect, but it's been quite good. I would say I think that there's a risk of drawing an equivalence, even among the two presidential candidates, that I don't think would withstand any scrutiny at all by an unbiased analyst. And I think that people will consider the rhetoric and language that is used by the presidential candidates to draw their own conclusions about that individual's fitness for office. But I think that's part of the case that people make about what presidential elections are all about. While being a presidential candidate is very different than being president of the United States, when you're a presidential candidate, you do face some of the same challenges and stressors that a president has to face in difficult times. Being in the spotlight, being asked difficult questions under pressure, being able to communicate clearly to the country something that you believe, even if the topic is something that's quite complicated. So I think it's entirely fair for people to listen carefully and to listen closely to the individual candidates and to draw some conclusions about the rhetoric that they use.
And there's been a lot of name calling, and obviously that's something that's been there before in American politics. You look 100 odd years ago, there were some pretty nasty and rough things said on the trail, but there's something about this cycle that has shocked many watchers. Does the administration feel like this cycle has changed American politics for good?
When you say for good, you mean for the better, or you mean permanently?
Or you could just say, has it changed American politics?
Well, listen, I think many people have made the observation that the political debate in this country in this cycle, is markedly different than the kind of race that has been run in recent presidential cycles. And some of that is due to the rhetoric that we've seen on the Republican side of the aisle. There's just no denying that, and not by any one candidate. There are a variety of Republican candidates earlier in the primary process that had some quite shocking, controversial, and even offensive things to say. Some of them about the President of the United States. So, that being said, I think the President's got a lot of confidence in the wisdom of the American people and in the strength of this country's democratic institutions. And I'm referring to our system of government as a democracy, not of the Democratic Party. But the confidence in our institutions to withstand some additional stress. And it does, but I would acknowledge that the American people and their ears and our institutions are facing a little more stress than they have in years past.
It's just the reason I ask is because we often hear, and you just said yesterday that that the debate is good for America. This is a debate we should be having. But the way the debate has been conducted, maybe you could say on both sides through this cycle, has that been good for America, really?
Well, again, I think there is a grave danger in drawing an equivalence between the rhetoric that we've heard by both sides. Okay, what I will say is I think that there is no denying that some of the rhetoric that we have heard from presidential candidates has been counterproductive and has been inconsistent with our country's values. And the president is not pleased to see that. That said, the president understands and has made the case himself on many occasions that running for president is tough business. And there are throughout American history any number of examples of harsh rhetoric on the campaign trail. And it's not the first time that we've seen that in the context of American politics, but I think it is fair to say that there seems to be a little something different going on this time around.
Thanks, John.
Okay. John, nice to see you.
Thanks, Josh. I want to ask you about an interview that the parents of Kayla Mueller did. Of course, Kayla Mueller was taken hostage and murdered by ISIS, and the president went out to visit with the family about 17 months ago. Her parents say that during that visit, the president had promised to make a donation to a foundation they had set up in Kayla's name. Is that correct? Did he make that promise?
Well, John, let me just start by saying that obviously the ordeal that the Mueller family has had to endure is unimaginable. And their daughter, Kayla Mueller, was a special person who had a special calling in her life. And I actually still remember the first time that we were in this room talking about reports of her death. And her parents made public a letter that she had written and been able to deliver to them, or have delivered to them, where she talked about how her life had been fulfilled based on her passion to serve people in need. And I think the line that she used was, she said that she recalled seeing God in the eyes of people who were in crisis. It's a really profound statement for somebody who was, I believe she was just in her late 20s when she was killed. And her life and her example, I think, has had an impact on people all across the country. Her life and her example have had an impact on people here at the White House, myself included. And given all of that, I think the pain and grief that continues to be experienced to this day by Kayla's parents, I think, is entirely understandable. What I can say is I'm not going to speak to any private conversations that the president has had with the Mueller family. I know that they've given an interview. What I will say is the president is aware of the foundation, Kayla's Hands, that's been formed to honor her memory and to honor her life's work. It certainly is consistent with the kind of charitable organization that the president and the First Lady have supported in the past, and I do anticipate that the president would make a commitment to support this organization moving forward.
Because what Carl Mueller, Kayla's father, said is that the president, in that meeting back in March of last year, that he said that he would be making a donation to the foundation, and 17 months later he says the donation has not been made. Can you confirm that no donation has been made?
Well, listen, I wasn't a part of the conversation. Obviously, Mr. Mueller and the president were. So what I can tell you is...
But you wouldn't think he would lie about this?
No, I'm not accusing anybody of not telling the truth. I'm just indicating that I wasn't part of the meeting, and even if I were, I wouldn't. This is a private conversation. The president obviously is aware of the foundation that's been set up to support the life's work of Kayla Mueller, and it is exactly the kind of organization that the president and First Lady have supported in the past, and I would anticipate that this is a foundation that the president and First Lady would support.
Can you think of any reason that would prompt a delay like that? I mean, I know the president's obviously busy. Could he have forgotten about it, or is there something that would prevent him as president from making a donation?
Well, again, I can't speak to any promises or conversations between the president and the Mueller family directly.
The Mueller family, both parents also expressed some disappointment with the amount, or say that the efforts that were taken to free Kayla before she was murdered were inadequate. What Carl Mueller said is the president could have been a hero, but he chose not to. What's your reaction to that?
Again, this is a father who is grieving over the loss of his daughter, and I think the grief and sadness that he feels about the fact that his daughter was not successfully rescued, I think is an entirely human response and one that's entirely understandable. What I will say, John, is that at the direction of President Obama himself, a variety of national security agencies in the federal government expend significant resources and dedicate significant time to going to great lengths to try to rescue Americans who are being unjustly held against their will around the world. And you'll also recall, John, and I know you covered this closely, there were some weaknesses in that approach that were identified by the administration. And there have been important reforms that have been made to that process over the course of the last 18 to 24 months that have resulted in more effective use of those resources and more effective use of the expertise within the federal government to sharpen our efforts to secure the return or to rescue American citizens held against their will around the world. there also has been a concerted effort made to improve the way in which the federal government of the United States communicates with families who are in this unspeakable situation like the Mueller family was. And the president's been pleased by the way those reforms have improved the effectiveness, both in terms of securing the release of American hostages, but also in terms of communicating more clearly and directly with families who are in that difficult situation. But the president hopes that the pace of improvement will continue as the reforms take root.
I remember one of those issues was the question of private individuals paying ransom.
That's
and
right.
The Mueller say that White House officials threatened them with criminal prosecution if they tried to pay the $6 million ransom that ISIS was demanding. Is that correct?
Well, as we've talked about before, there are sort of three aspects of this. The first is I'm just not going to get into private conversations between government officials and families who are in this difficult situation. I can tell you that it is not the policy of the Obama administration to threaten families like these who are in this situation with prosecution. But thirdly, the United States does have a policy that we have assiduously followed of not paying ransom. And that is a very painful policy. And it's understandable that families like the Muellers would have grave concerns about that policy, both as a policy matter, and I think I can understand them raising some pretty thorny moral questions about that too. But the conclusion that President Obama reached is the same conclusion that previous presidents in both parties have reached, which is that to get in the habit of paying ransom would only make Americans traveling overseas a more appetizing target to criminal or terrorist organizations that are hoping to collect a ransom. And so for that reason, we've made clear, and we have carefully followed a policy of not paying ransom, even to secure the release of Americans who are being held against their will overseas.
Okay, and just last question, Josh. So just to be clear, the first part of the first line of questioning here.
Yes.
Can the Mueller family expect that the president, that the Obamas will make a donation to their daughter's, the foundation in the name of Kayla Mueller soon?
As I mentioned, I can't speak to any previous conversations that they've had, but I can tell you that.
But is a donation coming?
But the foundation that Kayla's hands that's been established in her memory is certainly the kind of foundation that the president and First Lady have supported in the past, and I would anticipate that they would make a financial contribution to continue supporting it.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, Justin.
I wanted to ask you about the coordination deal that Secretary Kerry and Foreign Minister Lavrov were discussing today. Just wondering if you can give us any update on how those conversations are going, and also if you can confirm that kind of coordination between Russia and the U.S. on airstrikes is part of that deal beyond the deconfliction that we've talked about previously.
Well, we certainly know that Russia has expressed some interest in greater military cooperation. The concern that we have expressed is that too much of the time and attention of the Russian military is being devoted to propping up the Assad regime, and in some cases aiding and abetting the horrific tactics of the Assad regime. We know that government military assets, including aircraft, with the full support of the Russians and the Iranians, have been used to target civilians and to target medical facilities. It's beyond the pale. So as a practical matter, the actions that we've seen from the Assad regime are indefensible from a moral perspective. But for people who aren't interested in morality, even as a practical matter, they only put off the kind of solution that even the Russians themselves acknowledge is necessary to deal with the situation inside of Syria. As long as Russia is willing to support the Assad regime's murderous military tactics that often claims the lives of innocent women and children, the more difficult it is for a political solution to be reached. It's also more difficult for humanitarian relief to be delivered to these communities that so badly need it. So that's the crux of the problem here. And I recognize that it is a problem for the United States and that it has prevented the kind of political progress that we'd like to see inside of Syria. But it's an even bigger problem for the Russians, primarily because it calls into question their integrity and their effectiveness to deal with the puppet regime that they're maintaining in Syria. But it also raises questions because there's an internal contradiction in their strategy that they have failed to resolve. They say that a political transition is necessary, but yet they are deeply invested in propping up the Assad regime. And the more they prop up the Assad regime, the more difficult it is to effect the political transition. So I recognize that this has been an impediment to the United States making progress in the direction that we would like to see, which is an end to the violence inside of Syria, trying to get the chaos under control, and thereby make it more difficult for extremist organizations to operate there. But because of the Russians and because of their inability or their refusal to exercise some influence over the Assad regime, it's only continued to fuel the kind of extremism that the Russians, I think, are rightly worried about. So this is all the subject of ongoing discussion between Secretary Kerry and his Russian counterpart, Foreign Minister Lavrov. I don't have a detailed update on those conversations to share with you, primarily because, at least as I learned shortly before I walked out here, they're still talking. But we've been clear about what it is that we need to see. And what we need to see is we need to see a clear commitment demonstrated in real life on the ground that the Russians and the Syrian government are willing to live up to the commitments they made in the context of the cessation of hostilities almost 6 months ago now.
I guess I'm trying to understand how to read that wind-up, whether it was just sort of a history of the conflict in Syria or if it was an indication that the talks are going in a direction where you don't think that the Russians and the Assad regime are making the type of concessions that you would need to see for this type of military agreement.
Well, again, I probably don't speak the kind of blunt diplomatic. Let me say it this way: I probably don't speak the kind of nuanced diplomatic talk that may be valued in other agencies. But we've been pretty clear about this, and we're not seeking concessions. We're seeking the Russian government living up to the commitments that they've made. They've made commitments in the context of a cessation of hostilities. They made those commitments 6 months ago. And for several weeks, there was a lot of skepticism when they initially made those commitments about their willingness or their ability to follow through on them. And I think everyone was pleasantly surprised. There did seem to be a commitment on the part of the Russians, both in terms of their own activities and both in terms of using their influence with the Assad regime to scale back military activities in a way that allowed for much improved, though not perfect, humanitarian access, and created space for diplomatic and political negotiations. But over the last several months, we've seen the commitment to the cessation of hostilities fray in far too many communities, particularly around Aleppo. And that has led to a situation where the humanitarian situation that was already terrible has somehow gotten even worse. The political talks are struggling, if they're doing anything. And the Russian activities only fuel extremism in that country. Now, because of the efforts of the United States and our counter-ISIL coalition, we've been able to address a lot of that and ISIL is under a lot of pressure in Syria. And we've made important progress on the ground against ISIL in Syria. But that's come in spite of the actions of the Russians, who continue to engage in activities that only fuel extremism. So it's a complicated situation right now. I would acknowledge that. And again, there are negative consequences for the United States because of the inability of the Russians to live up to their commitments. But the negative consequences for the Russians themselves are much greater. And it's appealing to that self-interest. So that's why, I guess that's a long answer to your question. The point is, that's why I'd make the case to you that we're not describing these as concessions on the part of the Russians. This is about living up to commitments that they made that are entirely consistent with their own self-interest. And unfortunately, for reasons I think that only the Russians themselves can explain, they've refused to do that.
I wanted to follow up on your answer to Josh about GDP. The consumer spending statistic that you cited was driven somewhat by used car sales, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we've also seen proliferation of car loans being given to people with bad credit that are designed in a way with high interest rates that are almost created. There's an economy sort of designed for defaults and making money off that. Is there concern that this kind of consumer spending and that the used car sector in particular is a bubble that could burst in the way that we saw with the housing sector?
Well, I think more generally, I can't speak to the specifics of the used car sector. We certainly can find somebody to, in the President's Council of Economic Advisors, to follow up with you on this. So we'll have somebody do that. I think what the data does show is that the credit health of the U.S. economy, particularly when you're talking about individuals as opposed to businesses, has improved quite significantly over the last 7 or 8 years. That the credit bubble that we saw in the run-up to the financial crisis in 2008, 2009 is in a much improved situation. And there are a variety of reasons for that. And some of it is the important work that's been done as part of Wall Street reform. Some of that is a function of common sense, people learning some important, even painful lessons. So there has been improvement on this scale. When it comes to emerging risks, including things like the used car market, I'm going to defer to the experts who may be able to give you a better answer on that.
One last one. DHS announced today its proposal to sort of unilaterally create a new type of entrepreneurship visa. My question, though, is a lot of refugee advocates have talked about asking governments to create new visas that would sort of temporarily allow more quickly refugees to enter both the United States and other countries. So I'm wondering if DHS, since it's right now in the business of creating new visas, if that's an idea that's been considered or worked on, or a proposal that the U.S. would advocate for other countries, if not the U.S. itself.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'd refer you to my colleagues at DHS in terms of the specifics of answering the question about whether or not a specific refugee-like visa could be issued. I know that there have been steps to try to address the refugee situation with regard to Central America, and this is something that administration officials have been discussing with their counterparts in Costa Rica, where they've established a process that allows for individuals to apply for refugee status without coming to the United States. And that could stem the tide of the flow of individuals from Central America to the southwest border of the United States and help us get a handle on that particular situation while continuing to enforce our laws and make sure that we live up to the standards set by the President to subject potential refugees to more thorough vetting and screening than any other individual who enters the United States. And the President continues to be committed to that principle. But in terms of the potential use of some visa or some executive action that could involve some visa-like authority, I'd refer you to DHS on that. Okay. Ron.
A couple quick Syria questions. The idea of safe zones has been often, is that still off the table?
Yeah.
In the president's view, it's just something that's not something militarily and that's in America's interests?
That is still off the table because of the implied military commitment that it would require in order to effectively enforce it. The concern is that while it sounds simple to maintain that kind of area, ultimately you're responsible for protecting the borders of that safe zone and then policing that safe zone once it's been created. That would be work intensive, to say the least. It would be dangerous. It would likely require a greater U.S. military commitment, and all of that would come at the expense of our ongoing efforts to focus on degrading and ultimately destroying ISIL.
There's been a military analysis done of the possibility of doing this or not.
Well, I don't know how formal of an analysis there's been, but there certainly has been. Well, I guess what I could say this is there's been a consideration and a discussion of this issue, and at each time it's discussed, the team comes back to the realization that this work-intensive, dangerous effort to establish borders, to patrol the skies overhead, and to police the area once it's been created is all too likely to fall on the shoulders of the United States of America in a way that's contrary to our interests and in a way that could be contrary to our ongoing counter-ISIL efforts.
Has the United States made a determination of whether it's thought that President Assad is guilty of crimes against humanity, war crimes?
Well,
for all the horrible things he's done,
yeah.
which
Yeah. Well, we read a little bit more about them today. There's a quite painful story in the New York Times today about the situation in Daraya. That essentially the scorched earth strategy that has been executed, and I use that word appropriately, by the Assad regime to target medical facilities and to target residential facilities housing women and children is unconscionable.
Is he guilty of crimes against humanity?
Well, there are international institutions that have been established to fairly evaluate questions like that. And these international institutions collect evidence, and they have a process for conducting those kinds of investigations and reaching those kinds of judgments. The United States is strongly supportive of and has even called for international consideration of this exact question. Unfortunately, at the United Nations, we've seen countries like Russia and China step forward to try to block progress of those investigations, and that's deeply disappointing, particularly when you read the kinds of accounts that I read about today in the New York Times.
So there is a process underway where the United States is trying to, I don't know how to characterize it. Is there a process underway where the United States is trying to get the international community to reach that conclusion?
Well, what the United States has done is called for the international community and some of the International Criminal Court and other places and other organizations to conduct investigations and get to the bottom of this specific question, to conduct an investigation that's impartial and is genuinely independent. We're strongly supportive of that, and I know that this question has been raised at the United Nations level, and it's been blocked by the Russians and the Chinese, and that's again unfortunate when there's a lot of evidence to indicate that the Assad regime is engaged in tactics like targeting women and children and targeting medical facilities that are just unconscionable and entirely inconsistent with the law of armed conflict. And the United States believes strongly that people should be held accountable and that they ultimately will. But that accountability should come through the well-established international process and through the international bodies that are charged with conducting these kinds of investigations and reaching those kinds of conclusions.
Just one other, there was a big transition meeting here the other day that the Chief of Staff chaired.
Just yesterday.
Can you give us anything about what happened, what was on the agenda, what they're talking about at this stage of the game?
Yeah. Well, listen, as you know, the president made a smooth transition a top priority for his team this year. And we've talked a lot about how effective President Bush's team was in their last year in the White House, preparing in advance for a smooth transition. And President Obama and his team here at the White House benefited from that tremendously. And I think it did reflect a commitment to professionalism and democracy that President Obama and his team is determined to live up to. And that's why over the course of this year you have seen a steady pace of preparations already underway for a transition that's not going to take place for another 5 months or so. The conversation yesterday, I understand, involved some senior members of the Trump campaign, some senior representatives from the Clinton-Kaine Transition Project. There were a number of senior White House officials involved, including a couple of senior national security officials. And I can tell you that this meeting of the White House Transition Coordinating Council was focused on the kinds of steps along the way that the federal government and that the representatives of the two candidates will have to take over the course of the next 5 months as they eventually prepare for one of them to become president of the United States.
I was just struck that there were so many very high-ranking administration officials in the room, and any more detail about what a meeting at this point, what's on the agenda? I mean, are you looking at national security issues around the world, and are you looking at logistics of the buildings, the rooms? I mean, I have no idea.
I think mostly this is not a focus on policy issues. This is more a focus on the administrative process of bringing people on board and eventually preparing them to assume significant responsibilities in the federal government. So there's a discussion about different government agencies, about what the structure of those agencies looks like, and what process needs to be undertaken to prepare people to assume responsibility at those agencies inside those structures.
And lastly, given the tone of the campaign and given the president's strong feelings about this election, it is still your position that that the administration is being even-handed in its dealings in these types of transitions?
Absolutely. The president and his team are determined to being even-handed in planning for a presidential transition. That's what the American people would expect of their president. And again, this is one of the reasons that what President Bush's team here at the White House did. They prepared for a transition in an even-handed way and was able to even work effectively with a incoming Democratic administration that was predicated on bringing change to Washington and changing many of the policies that President Bush had advocated. But yet, his team's commitment to democracy was strong enough to ensure a smooth transition. They set a very high standard, and President Obama is determined to not just meet, but to even exceed that standard. And that's why we started our planning so early in the year. That's why you see this steady pace of meetings. And thus far, it's going well. But there's a lot of important work to do between now and January 20th. Okay? Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. I know we talked a bit about the EpiPen controversy yesterday, and I know it's difficult to sort of drill down on a company in particular, but I wanted to sort of revisit it for just a second. Yahoo reports that the CEO of Mylan, that's the company that is marketing the pen at more than $600 per, said on an earnings call earlier this month that she was blaming the administration, and in particular blaming Obamacare, saying that employers' increased use of high deductible plans, one of the side effects of the law, has resulted in patients paying more out of pocket for the drug. What's your reaction to critics who charge that it was the Obamacare changes that somehow exacerbated this extraordinary increase in cost for the EpiPen?
Well, I guess that flies in the face of a logical explanation, which is that based on the news reports that I've seen, the company made a specific decision to jack up the price. So I wasn't on the call, and I haven't seen the reports of the call, so it's hard for me to comment directly on those comments. But your media outlet is among many who has chronicled the precipitous increase in the price of this specific device, and that certainly raised a lot of questions. But I think it is hard to try to deflect the blame for the increase in price to anything else, including Obamacare.
Let me ask you about Gitmo. Any chances to announce any more transfers in the days ahead? And I ask because I know that the number, I believe it's at 61 now, could drop somewhere even in the 20s between now and the end of the administration. I know that there have been some conversation about trying to empty it out completely. That may or may not happen. Anything coming in the days ahead?
I don't have anything to announce in advance of a potential transfer, but If there are any transfers that are made, we certainly will follow the practice that we have maintained for quite some time now in terms of making public the names of the individuals who've been transferred and disclosing exactly where they've been transferred, at least in terms of other countries, and announcing that shortly after that transfer has been completed.
Does the government pay these other countries a particular fee per detainee that they are willing to take on? Is that how the process works, at least in part?
Well, the process works by the United States working effectively with our partners around the world. And there are a wide variety of countries that have worked with us to ensure the safe and successful transfer of these individuals. There are extensive diplomatic negotiations involved, and in just about every case, there is an intensive discussion about what sort of security precautions are imposed to ensure that these individuals don't pose an ongoing threat to the United States.
Including surveillance, I can imagine that too, or at least some sort of a monitoring mechanism for these detainees once they're transferred.
Well, in some cases, we are able to work effectively with other countries to make sure that we keep tabs on the individuals who have been transferred to ensure that they don't pose an undue threat to the United States.
But does the American government pay these particular countries to take these guys?
Well, again, the result of these transfers is a product of extensive diplomatic negotiations, and there are a lot of questions that are raised about the most effective place to house this person and the most effective way to ensure that this individual doesn't pose an undue threat to the United States or our allies or interests. But we don't typically get into too much detail about the kinds of requirements that are imposed on these individuals once they're transferred.
Are you familiar with Bleach Bit? Have you been following this this technology that enables a person or persons to sort of wipe clean electronic trails? Are you familiar with that at all?
That's the first time I've heard that term.
It was apparently utilized by Secretary Clinton in an effort to wipe clean her personal server of emails. If you haven't heard anything about that, I was going to ask the follow-up, which would be, is that something that this administration does not condone among not just cabinet members, but even among employees?
Well, our view here has been that government employees should use their government email for government work. And in those rare instances where they're unable to do so, their iPhone or their BlackBerry is acting up, then if that requires emergent use of their personal email, then they should be sure to CC their government address so that the records can be properly preserved. And that's the policy that we expect people to follow. And I'm quite confident that the vast majority of government employees certainly does follow them. My guess is that the degree to which people are conscientious about following that policy has probably improved in the last 12 to 18 months, I suspect. All right, Andrew.
Another cybersecurity question, Josh. I'm not sure if you've seen the reports that Apple was forced to update its operating system, its mobile operating system, because of a hack that seems to be originated or seems to be targeted against the Emirati human rights activist. I was wondering, is the US government looking into this? Have you been in contact with Apple about it, and do you have any idea about who is behind this breach?
Andrew, I can tell you that I'm familiar with this news story. I've read about it. I'm not in a position to confirm any of the facts in the news story. I think what I can just say as a general matter is that the United States government understands that working effectively with U.S. technology companies is an important part of protecting the cybersecurity of the U.S. government and of the American people. And there have been some chronicled differences of opinion about how to most effectively pursue those policies. But it's the view of the administration that we need to continue to maintain a positive, constructive working relationship with technology companies because we have a shared interest. At least we have many shared interests. And the administration is committed to pursuing those shared interests where they exist in a way that would enhance the cybersecurity of the U.S. government and of the American people.
Do you know if the President has downloaded the update, the security update, for his iPad?
I can't speak to any of the capabilities of the devices used by the President of the United States. Okay. Mark?
Josh, can I follow up on Ron's question about the transition meeting yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Can you provide us any insight into the tone of the meeting? Did the representatives of the two campaigns behave themselves? Were there any outbursts reflecting the rhetoric of the campaigns themselves?
I'm not aware of anything like that. I think everybody who is around the table understands the serious responsibility that they have to ensure the smooth and effective transition from the 44th president to the 45th president. And I think the tone of the meeting reflected the seriousness of the topic.
You know when there'll be another meeting?
I don't know when the next meeting of the White House Transition Coordinating Council will take place, but we'll let you know.
Were you in the meeting?
I did not attend the meeting.
Is your office part of the transition operation?
At some point, I do anticipate being part of the effort to try to hand the reins over to the successor in my office. And
any thoughts on what you might tell them?
not at this point. I suspect that there might be a difference in the way that advice is consumed and followed, but we'll see what happens. I certainly am committed to doing my part to ensure the continuing success of the White House Press Office and the relationship between the White House Press Office and the press corps that will be closely chronicling the activities of the next President of the United States.
And on the National Monument expansion, how does the administration decide whether to expand it by 400,000 square miles or, more or less? How is that decision made?
Well, there are a couple of factors that go into this. The first is obviously the President's relying on the scientific advice of officials at NOAA and other prominent government scientists who can talk about steps that the President can take using his executive authority to protect this valuable area. There's also important input that we receive from local residents. When we're talking about a marine monument like this, we're obviously talking about people who live in the area, and obviously the native Hawaiian population views this area as quite special, if not sacred, and that's why built into the creation of this monument are opportunities for native populations to continue to engage in the kinds of activities that are consistent with their cultural heritage. There also is, I know that, for example, there also is an allowance that people, when they get a proper permit, that they can conduct private fishing operations in the area. I know there's a limit on commercial activities in this region, but people who want to fish for themselves can get a permit from the government and potentially have it approved and be able to do so. Those are just two examples of how these kinds of designations are only enacted after robust conversation with the people who are most directly affected. And that we saw that certainly was true in Maine, where the President earlier this week designated some woodlands and waterways in Maine for special protection. There's a lot of important work that had been done with people in local communities there to not just minimize the negative impacts in their communities, but also to try to maximize the positive impact. And there is the expectation, I noted at the beginning, the potential positive economic impact of these kinds of designations in the form of ecotourism and other things.
And all of that protected water is U.S. federal waters?
Yes, my understanding is this is, all of this area is within the territorial waters of the United States of America.
Other waters?
It is. It is. Juliet.
couple follow-up questions on Papahano Mukwekea.
Thank you for joining me.
First,
Show off.
First, the president used his authority under the Antiquities Act fairly sparingly in his first term. He only did a couple of unilateral designations, and they were relatively small in terms of land and water size. He's obviously invoked it quite frequently in his second term.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about what's propelled this shift for him to use the Antiquities Act as aggressively as he has in his second
Well,
term?
I think an important part of this, Juliet, is what I was just talking to Mark about, which is that these kinds of designations are not issued on short notice. These decisions are only made after extensive consultation with local communities. I know that there were, I think this is true both in Maine and in Hawaii, that this is literally the culmination of a years-long effort to protect these pristine waters in Hawaii while ensuring that the way of life of native Hawaiians is also protected. And that requires a lot of negotiation and a lot of consultation and extensive follow-up. So that would account for some of this, which is that it took years to get this going, and we're starting to enjoy the benefits of that work. I know that there also has been a realization that there is a role for Congress to play in terms of setting aside certain territory, lands and waters in the United States for future preservation. But we haven't seen a lot of congressional activity of any sort, really, over the last few years. And it has turned the president's attention to more robust use of executive action. The president, I think, in each of these cases, would be happy to sign into law a piece of legislation that would have protected these waters. But we haven't seen that kind of legislative activity in this Congress, and it means the president has had to make more effective use of his executive authority, and that's what he's done in a way that will benefit not just people in Hawaii, but the American people for generations to come.
And then more broadly on marine monuments, a lot of scientists have talked about the importance of protecting areas closer to the continental United States, in New England, in the Southeast, in the Gulf. These are proposals, again, that have been around for years, but often tend to be controversial because they're close to major population centers. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about why, up to this point, the White House has focused on relatively remote areas in the Pacific as opposed to some of these other areas which many scientists consider just as ecologically valuable?
Yeah. Well, look, I'm not gonna rule out future decisions over the next 5 months or so. I think the thing that you can assume, Juliet, is that given the extensive consultation that I described over a large but remote stretch of water off the coast of Hawaii, would engender more and more vigorous discussion when we're talking about waters that are closer to larger population centers. And again, I think it's further evidence that the Obama administration takes quite seriously the responsibility that we have to carefully consider the impact of these decisions on local populations and on local communities. And when done right, the impact of these designations is positive, both when it comes to economic questions, but also when it comes to questions about quality of life. And we're committed to trying to advance both those things in communities all across the country. Okay, Chris.
Josh, in the aftermath of a court order against the Obama administration's guidance prohibiting schools from discriminating against transgender students, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sent a letter to schools yesterday instructing them to disregard those guidelines. Should the letter from the Attorney General be ignored?
Well, listen, I haven't seen the specific letter. The guidelines, the guidance that was issued by the Department of Education was in response to schools and school districts and school administrators from across the country seeking the expertise of officials at the Department of Education about the most effective way to implement policies that protect the safety and dignity of all their students. These school administrators don't have the luxury of playing politics. They're actually trying to solve problems. They're trying to protect kids. They're trying to create a learning environment in which every student has an opportunity to thrive. And it shouldn't be surprising that they're seeking the help of experts at the Department of Education about the most effective way to do that. So what the Department of Education did was they collected best practices from school districts and school administrators all across the country. And they formulated those into guidance that school administrators could use in answering these questions that many of them face. So that's the process. That was our goal. Unfortunately, I don't think everybody shares the administration's commitment to prioritizing the safety and well-being of all of America's students over politics. Some politicians choose to do it the other way around, and that's unfortunate.
In the aftermath of the court order, is the administration enforcing Title IX and civil rights law in general in the same way, or has that changed?
Well, I think that I can't speak to any individual enforcement action. I can just say in general that the Obama administration has been committed to ensuring the rights of all Americans are protected, and that has been a consistent goal that we have pursued since day one of the Obama administration, and it's a goal that we're going to continue to pursue until the very last day.
Well, why can't you say, speak to any enforcement action? The order says the administration cannot interpret the prohibition on sex discrimination under current law to apply to transgender people. Are you still doing that in the aftermath of the order, or is that not the case?
Well, Chris, as you know, this is a topic of vigorous dispute in a court of law, and so I certainly don't want to say anything that's going to influence the ability of the Department of Justice to make that argument.
One final question. The court order came down on Sunday, but the Justice Department has yet to file a notice of appeal for that order. Do you know why that is the case? Now, almost a week out.
I'm not aware of the latest in the decision-making process at the Department of Justice, but I'm sure they can update you on our legal strategy moving forward. Okay, John.
Given the president's desire to get some things done before he leaves office still, and given your own kind of assessments about Congress's likelihood of passing some of the legislation or any legislation, is the president considering using more executive authority, more of his executive authority, to check off some of that to-do list, even if it's smaller bites at the apple than legislation would be?
Well, listen, I'm not going to rule out additional executive action on the part of the president, but I also don't have any executive actions to preview at this point. We've been quite disappointed that Leader McConnell has broken the promise that he made the day after the election to get Congress moving again. In fact, what we've seen instead is an utterly dysfunctional Congress, among the least productive in American history. And that's primarily because Republicans have been much more interested in playing politics than they have been in running the country. And there's been a failure on the part of Republicans to even act on common sense things that have a direct impact on the daily lives of Americans. Republicans in Congress have blocked adequate funding to fight the Zika virus. Now, this is funding that was put forward by the Obama administration, but at the request of our nation's public health professionals. Democratic and Republican governors across the country have strongly encouraged Congress to act, and they haven't. That's a failure of Republicans in Congress. Republicans, of course, have refused to do their job when it comes to filling vacancies on the Supreme Court. The president has put forward an individual who is more qualified when you consider his tenure on the federal judiciary than any other Supreme Court nominee in American history. So he's got ample experience. He's been rated highly qualified, the highest rating of the American Bar Association. And he's been described by leading Republicans as a consensus nominee. But yet Republicans have refused to move on that. Republicans have also refused to move on budget bills as well, and that's also been a source of some disappointment, and I think something that we're going to spend a lot of time talking about in September. And I think all of this is a reflection of the failure of Republicans to effectively handle their responsibilities in the congressional majorities.
Does he have any concerns about using executive authority on the way out the door, kind of how that would look, the optics, controversy that might stir up?
Look, again, I don't want to prejudge any presidential actions, but we're hopeful that as we get down to the end, that Republicans will find a way to be somewhat more productive. But I'm certainly not going to take any executive actions off the table.
Just a quick follow-up on Gizmo. If the population can be shrunk down to, say, around the 24 or so individuals who can't be transferred, can't be tried for various reasons, is there some effort within the administration to determine what to do with those individuals, assuming Republicans aren't going to lift some of the restrictions on those transfers?
Yeah, there's been a lot of, though the administration's been considering a wide variety of ideas for closing the prison at Guantanamo Bay. And the efforts to close the prison have been made much more difficult because of the actions of the Congress, which has been not to work to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, but to actually erect barriers to prevent the successful closure of the prison. That is contrary to the advice that we have received from Democratic and Republican foreign policy and national security experts, including leading military officers, retired military officers, who have indicated that the prison should be closed and that it's in our national security interest to close the prison. But yes, there are a variety of considerations and a variety of discussions that have been held about the most effective way to do this. But obviously that's not a goal that we've achieved yet. Okay. Bill.
Florida's governor asked for more Zika testing kits and a detailed plan to work with the federal government. HHS sent him a letter which basically said that emergency supplemental funding requested by the administration is the most effective way to enhance the response. But there's obviously no chance of any kind of congressional action in the near term.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless Governor Scott wants to have a conversation with his fellow Republican, Mitch McConnell, and his fellow Republican Speaker Paul Ryan to try to move this process forward.
What's available now? I mean, are the supplemental funds still flowing?
Well, there is funding that we expect will allow us to, essentially meet the bare minimum through the end of September. But each day that goes by is a missed opportunity where the U.S. government is not doing everything possible, as described by our public health professionals, to protect the American people from the Zika virus. That's been quite disappointing. When it comes to the specific kits that have been requested by Governor Scott, I can tell you that the CDC, Governor Scott requested 5,000 testing kits from the CDC. I can tell you that yesterday the CDC delivered 6,300 lab tests, and that's on top of the 2,000 that have already been provided. But since February, I have been talking about how our diagnostic capabilities in the U.S. government are limited until additional congressional resources are provided to expand that capability. So this isn't some hypothetical way in which our response has been limited. This is a pretty tangible way in which our ability to respond to the situation is limited because of Republican congressional dysfunction. Again, we certainly would welcome high-ranking Republicans in the state of Florida using their influence with the Republican leadership to get them moving. Because thus far, we've gotten strong support from Democrats in Congress for fully funding the Zika response. It's congressional Republicans who have blocked it, and I certainly would expect people like Governor Scott, who is genuinely concerned about the safety and well-being of the people in his state, that certainly one way he could show some leadership here is invite Senator McConnell down to South Beach. Right, maybe Leader McConnell can apply some DEET, but he can also see firsthand.
I would imagine that the response of the person in the street who might be concerned about Zika is, what can you do for me today?
Yeah, and you know what could happen today is we could have Congress maybe take a day off from their 7-day recess. After all, they left a day early. 7-week recess, my goodness. 7-week recess. They left a day early. Maybe they could. They could.
Money to keep things moving until Congress returns.
What the folks at HHS have indicated is that again they can fund the bare minimum through the end of September. But each day that goes by until then is a missed opportunity for the U.S. government to be doing everything possible to protect the American people from the Zika virus. If there were more resources available, there would be more people that we could put on the ground in states like Florida and Texas and Louisiana to do vector control. There certainly are more resources that could be dedicated to lab capacity and diagnostic tests. But again, that's not happening because we haven't gotten the resources from Congress. Okay. Gene, I'll give you the last one, and then we'll do the week ahead.
Thank you very much, Josh. Violation of human rights in North Korea. Recently, high-ranking North Korean defectors were coming to South Korea, and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un sent about 300 North Korean soldiers to the overseas to prevent defections. How did you think about the North Korean human rights situation?
The United States and the rest of the international community is deeply concerned about the human rights situation inside of North Korea. The North Korean regime has virtually enslaved the population of North Korea and subjected them to despicable living conditions, all because of the policies that are pursued by the North Korean regime. And it's distressing what millions of North Koreans have to endure in their daily lives. So we have deep concerns about the human rights situation inside of North Korea. We also have deep concerns about the continued willingness of the North Korean regime to engage in provocative actions and utterly disregard international norms and rules when it comes to some of their military programs. So we've got a long list of concerns. We spend more time talking about our concerns about their missile program and their nuclear program, but our concerns about the human rights situation in North Korea are quite deep.
So do you have any special action meant to the North Korea to do so?
No, I just would say that it's our policy that we would like to see an improvement on the Korean Peninsula, both with regard to the North Korean government's commitment to following international rules related to their missile program, but we'd also like to see them take steps to address the significant human rights concerns that have been expressed by the international community. Okay? Let's do the week ahead here, and then Mark, we'll let you get started on your weekend. On Monday and Tuesday, the President will attend meetings here at the White House. On Wednesday, as you know, the President will travel to Lake Tahoe, Nevada, to deliver remarks to the 20th Annual Lake Tahoe Summit and highlight his commitment to protecting the environment and addressing climate change. That evening, the President will travel to Honolulu, Hawaii, where he will deliver remarks to leaders from the Pacific Island Conference of Leaders and the IUCN World Conservation Congress, which is being hosted in the United States for the very first time. The President will remain overnight on Wednesday night in Honolulu. On Thursday, the President will travel to the Midway Atoll, located within the newly established Marine National Monument, to mark the significance of this monument designation and highlight firsthand how the threat of climate change makes protecting our public lands and waters more important than ever. The President will remain overnight in Honolulu. On Friday, the President will travel to Hangzhou, China. This trip will highlight the President's ongoing commitment to the G20 as the premier forum for international economic cooperation, as well as the U.S. rebalance to Asia and the Pacific. On Saturday, the President will arrive in Hangzhou, China, and will conduct in-depth meetings with President Xi Jinping of China, where the two leaders will discuss a wide range of global, regional, and bilateral issues. The President will remain overnight in Hangzhou. On Sunday, the President will participate in his final G20 Leaders Summit, where he will emphasize the need to continue building on the progress made since 2009 in advancing strong, sustainable, and balanced global economic growth He will underscore the importance of G20 cooperation in promoting a level playing field and broad-based economic opportunity. The President will spend Sunday night in Hangzhou. We'll have additional details about the rest of the President's travel next week, but obviously from China the President will travel to Laos, where he will participate in meetings with the ASEAN countries and in the East Asia Summit. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll see you on Monday.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Spelling it is hard.
All right, folks, you are looking at a live shot in Italy right now, just the aftermath of that devastating earthquake there earlier this week. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, I do want to show you just a little bit earlier ago, the Department of Defense handed out some Freedom Awards to companies that really go above and beyond for their military personnel employees. Take a look.
And their employers, especially our awardees, build those bridges every day. So on behalf of the entire country, men and women of the Department of Defense, I thank you all for doing so. And I congratulate today's awardees. Today, more than ever, the commitment they've shown to our country and to those who serve our country is indispensable. To meet the challenges and opportunities we face as a nation and as a Department of Defense, we need each of you, all our Guard and Reserve, all our families, all our employers. Thank you, each of you, and congratulations to our awardees.
You can stand wherever you want, I'm just saying. Real quick, I want to share a quick story with you that dovetails exactly, and this is aimed right at all the employers, all the bosses in the room who took a second and thought to themselves, what can I do to make the life of somebody in service better? Part of my program that I set up with the Purple Hearts was to recognize warriors that were coming home, that their bodies may have been bruised, beaten up, or broken, but their spirits were 100% intact, and that spirit is what is infectious. And a 23-year-old Navy corpsman, I'll never forget it, the first ceremony that we had, I only expected maybe 40, 50 people showed up, 200 people, 300 people showed up. and we gave him these baskets, and we shook their hand, gave him a hug to thank him for service. That's all the intent was. And he was shaking and crying, and I gave him a big hug, and he said in my ear, he goes, "Why are you doing this?" And the only thing that could come out of my head, and I'm usually a smartass, all I said was, somebody has to. And what's nice about this award ceremony is lots of somebodies are doing these kinds of things. That's what you're all here for today. So again, congratulations to you for all the efforts and the thought that you put into taking care of the service members who are both here and a lot of times deployed many times over. So with that said, let's get to it. First presentation is going to be small business. And the first group is, we honor today as a small business category. Deployments of military member can often be felt more significantly by the smaller organizations. We all know that. Even so, the following companies here with us today have gone above and beyond in their support of our service members. And so the small employer recipients for 2016 go this way. We'll start with Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, nominated by Navy Reserve Petty Officer First Class Carl Phillips. Benjamin Franklin Plumbing seeks out National Guardsmen and reservists despite knowing that they will sometimes be absent to meet military requirements, and they'll be gone for quite some time. In addition to providing differential pay for deployed service members, the company sends care packages to the troops and also to their families to let them know that they're thinking about them. In keeping with its commitment to their military employees, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing also ensures that all of its supervisors are trained on the requirements of the Uniformed Services Employment and Re-Employment Rights Act, which is also known, again, here we go with another acronym, is USERRA. Accepting on behalf of Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, and this award is not light, a big round of applause for Mr. Frank Elston, the president. All right, next one. The Buford Corporation, nominated by Army National Guard First Lieutenant Kent Turner. Lieutenant Turner received calls and emails from his supervisor that the company and CEO are performing military service. Burford hosts several events throughout the year where military members are recognized and thanked for their service. Burford values military members frequently attending military-only job fairs and highlighting the achievements of its military employees on flyers posted throughout the company. And accepting on behalf of the Burford Corporation is Mr. Fred Springer, President and CEO. Now the problem you're going to have is finding a place for that big old eagle. I wonder if maybe somebody's going to take one of these ornaments and put it right on their car, like the hood ornament, or get a big old necklace and just hang it around. That's me. I'm one of the award winners. How about you? Step up. All right. Delmarva Veterans Builders, nominated by Air Force Reserve Technical Sergeant Daniel Mills. Delmarva Veteran Builders value the strong skill sets, loyalty, and dedication among those who serve. And a quarter of the company's workforce currently serves in the Guard or Reserve. Owned by a Navy veteran, and the Air Force, Army, and Marines in the group, they're not going to hold that against them. The company pays its military employees up to 12 months of full pay while on military duty. Also includes full 401k retirement contributions. Company President Christopher Eccleston recognizes the unique needs of his employees participating in warrior yoga and also addresses PTSD and other service-related issues. Accepting on behalf of Delmarva Veteran Builders is Mr. Christopher Eccleston, the President. That yoga thing is no joke, man. I saw some Navy SEALs doing it. That's the one group you're probably not going to make fun of, doing some sort of down dog. That's just not going to happen. I mean, you can do it, but like a buddy of mine told me, you can do everything once in life, and, so there you go. Fast Signs International Incorporated, nominated by Air Force Reserve Staff Sergeant Stephen McKenzie. Fast Signs support started before Sergeant McKenzie even left the States in the form of emails, phone calls, cards, and texts of support. It continued throughout his absence with care packages he got every 4 weeks. The company created a photo album with messages of support and sent a copy both to him and to his family while he was deployed. His family received calls, texts, birthday cards, all during that time. Upon his return, he was surprised with a banner that was signed by corporate staff, a shadow box from his coworkers, and surprises from the CEO, Catherine Munson. Accepting on behalf of Fast Signs International, Ms. Catherine Munson, the CEO. See that part I said they put up a banner for him? It is Fast Signs after all, you know, I mean, just saying. Birthday cake would have been a harder one for him to pull off, you know, or something. All right, Hope Valley Industries, nominated by Air National Guard Senior Airman Edward Murata. Hope Valley Industries provided a monetary bonus prior to Airman Murata's departure and hosted a coming home party in his honor to recognize his deployment and service to our country. After he was injured during deployment, Hope Valley Industries helped develop a recovery plan. Professional development was a part of that plan, and company paid for his books, tuition, giving him the opportunity to rise in the organization. That is fantastic. Accepting on behalf of Hope Valley Industries is Mr. Tom Malucci, the CEO.
About
the Eagle, by the way, weighs 45 pounds. Secretary Carter will do 15 pull-ups with that thing, or curls. Again, another round of applause. That was small business. Think about what that takes. You know what I bet we could do? We could probably get these CEOs to give you $1,000 a curl with that Eagle. And we could give it to some charity. We could do this, you know. We could raise some money in the process. I'm always thinking that's how it works. All right, next one. We're going to large business now. In the large business organization, guardsmen and reserves often make up only a small percentage of the workforce when you look at how many people are in their company. But even so, the large employers we recognize today have found innovative ways to individually support their service member employees and highlight their contributions in the process. Start with Alaska Airlines, for instance. Nominated by Air Force Reserve Major Caleb Haley, Alaska Airlines, this is kind of cool. You ready for this one? The resource group reaches out to newly hired Guard and Reserve employees to assist them in transitioning from military to civilian life. Not an easy transition, but they do it. And the company has set a goal to raise its military hires to 10% or greater by 2020, as well as to raise its advancement rates for military employees. The airline's leadership established a military apprenticeship program to help expose transitioning veterans to hiring managers. Alaska Airlines supported a reserve employee who was moving at his own expense. Anybody moved recently? This is the military. That's a stupid question. It's not cheap. But 2,000 pounds of his household goods, they shipped it for free from Anchorage, Alaska to Portland, Oregon, which that would have cost about $4 million. So accepting on behalf of Alaska Airlines is Marilyn Romano, the Regional Vice President for Alaska Air. Next one, and I have a bone to pick with these folks. Do you pump something into the oxygen when I walk in the Lowe's? It's kind of the Costco effect. I go in for a tray to paint, and I walk out with $150 worth of tools. What is going on there? Is it Lowe's, nominated by Navy Reserve Lieutenant David Nelson. Founded by 2 Army veterans, Lowe's has long been a military supporter. Between 2005 and 2015, the company donated and shipped more than 4,500 pounds of tools to deployed military units, along with thousands of care packages. Lowe's contributed $25,000 to help bring more than 100 members of the South Carolina National Guard's 122nd Engineer Company for the holidays prior to their deployment. And when the mother of a fallen Marine came into Lowe's to buy flags to display in her home as friends and family visited to pay their last respects, the store manager stepped up and donated every flag she had in her hand and in a cart, and ceremonially folding and presenting them another flag to the grieving mother. Accepting on behalf of Lowe's is Mr. Robert Niblock, Chairman and President and CEO of Lowe's. Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, nominated by Navy Reserve Lieutenant Commander Christopher Wozniak. Goodyear offers pay differential, continued medical benefits, and life insurance for up to 2 years of active duty and 20 days of training. The company supports the ESGR mission by advocating organizational and community support for the Guard Reserve members. Goodyear, by the way, hired 1,000 Guard, Reserve, and veteran employees from 2011 to 2014, did that in 3 years, and renewed the commitment in 2015. The company's Goodyear Gives Back campaign has now raised more than $800,000 in donations to support to our troops just since 2010. Accepting on behalf of Goodyear is Mr. Stephen McClellan, the president. Those are the large companies. Now we're going to go to the public sector presentations. This year, 7 public sector honorees fight fires, teach our children, enforce the law, and they treat us when we're sick. And those, just their day jobs. Our public sector honorees are also dedicated to supporting their Guard and Reserve employees, just like the big and small companies we've just highlighted here. Let's start with the Albuquerque Police Department, nominated by Air National Guard First Lieutenant Philip Block. The Albuquerque Police Department grants 52 days of paid military leave to Guard and Reserve employees called to active duty and differential pay for periods that extend beyond that. The department also pays the employer's share of health insurance for up to 60 months of deployment. They also created the first ever guaranteed interview system for veterans, guardsmen, reservists who meet the minimum qualifications. The department also recognizes National Guard and Reserve service as an alternate to college credits for cadet eligibility. Accepting on behalf of the Albuquerque Police Department is Chief Gordon Eaton. Tell me how he's going to go back to Albuquerque and put that eagle on his desk and go, yeah, come on in here, check out my eagle. Look at that. I was at the Pentagon, right? And then he's going to have to do scheduling again, like he always does. Next one is Carolina's Healthcare System, nominated by Air National Guard Lieutenant Colonel Sylvia Ray. The organization's workforce is currently about 4% Guard, Reserve, or veterans. They have set the goal to increase that total to 7%. The Carolinas Healthcare System requires all new leaders and supervisors to receive USERA training. We just talked about that earlier. And the organization celebrated its 75th year of service with 75,000 cards that they sent out to troops in campaign, and also sponsored an annual Veterans Day breakfast for teammates, their families, and the families of those deployed. Accepting on behalf of the Carolinas Healthcare System is Mr. John Jaffe, the president. Next up, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, nominated by Army National Guard First Sergeant John Zia. Here we go. Zagava, is he here? Okay, I'm gonna try it. Ready? Zagava. Ding, 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 ding. I'm gonna have a good day. Sheriff Craig Roberts spearheaded the change to the Oregon Constitution, resulting in differential pay for the guardsmen and reservists who are called to active duty. He also worked with the Clackamas County Commission to pass a resolution allowing families of deployed employees to remain on their employer's health plan. The organization assists deployed service members' families with yard work, home repairs. Sheriff Roberts has personally delivered Christmas presents to those same families. Accepting on behalf of the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office is Sheriff Craig Roberts. Notice the 3 stars. He fits right in. The Idaho State Police nominated by Army National Guard Sergeant Sarah Brecken. After Sergeant Brecken suffered a concussion during active duty training, she was unable to work full-time and released by medical providers. But her supervisor attended military medical boards, worked with the medical personnel to allow her progressive return to work. The organization provided cognitively acceptable work at home or in prescribed work environment for a set period of time, contributing directly to her successful therapy and to her recovery. Accepting on behalf of the Idaho State Police is Colonel Ralph Powell. Got an Idaho fan club here? Where was that rowdiness earlier when I was calling for it? So you're taking the tour of the Pentagon, right? So can we get the bird off his shoulder and put some stars? Just get like 4 or 5. They got those somewhere. Somebody in here can handle that, I think. Next up, and these guys are fun because I just dealt with them on the Silver Spring explosion. And it was pretty funny because everything was getting sideways and sometimes in the media, you know, we're frowned upon. Imagine that. And this guy from the Maryland State Police walked over and the problem was solved that fast. They're an awesome bunch. I'm forever a fan. So the Maryland State Police nominated by Army First Sergeant, Reserve First Sergeant Greg Harrington. 15% of the department's ranks are filled with guardsmen and reservists, plus 28% of the current academy class. Think of those numbers. The Maryland State Police offers a wide range of initiatives to recruit from the military population, including pay differential for both police officers and support staff. The department promises ESGR's values and engages with organizations to help them build more robust support programs for their guardsmen and their reservists. Accepting on behalf of the Maryland State Police is Colonel William Pelosi. Next up, Prairie Grove Consolidated School District 46. That must be a pain on the business card. That just goes on and on. Number 46, they were nominated by Marine Corps Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Patricia Klopp. The district made 2.5 years of full contributions to Colonel Klopp's retirement system fund while she was on military orders. Prairie Grove granted her an extra 2 weeks of paid leave before she deployed to help her take care of some personal affairs and her family's needs. The school district also supports the Marine Corps Reserve's Toys for Tots drive each year with donations given in Colonel Klopp's honor. Accepting on behalf of the Prairie Grove Consolidated School District 46 is Dr. Philip Bender, Superintendent. That's a smart man. He wore sneakers at the Pentagon. It's 5 miles if you walk this entire building, man. That's hard on your heels. Good for him. Seattle Fire Department, nominated by Navy Reserve Commander Chris Carter. While the department offers pay differential and 256 hours of paid military leave each year, it excels in its personal care for guardsmen and reservists. When the son of a Seattle firefighter was killed in action, the department provided immediate time off and assigned 2 firefighters to full-time duty supporting and assisting that family. The organization also staffs job fairs with Guard and Reserve employees to help it recruit from the military demographic. Accepting on behalf of the Seattle Fire Department is Chief Harold Scoggins. Now, a big round of applause for all the small business, large business, and the community service groups that have been awarded today. That was 15 awards we handed out. That was 15 curls that he did with that big eagle. Good job. A big round of applause to all of them. We do need a group photo, so if all of those people who are the recipients of this year's award could please come up on stage. We're going to take a couple of group photos with the secretary. So before we go into Greenwood, I'm like, Leslie Greenwood. Cool part is he looked at me and said, "Don't worry, kid, I'm the closer. I got this thing covered." So I think he turned 42 today, so give him a happy birthday round of applause. So thank you very much. See you right after his song.
Arizona Inter Association has a that is.
Okay, we were trying to take you to an event there in Arizona about concussion testing on teen athletes, but that shot just doesn't look like it's going to be cooperating with us.
And the girl was about 32. She says, "I have no clue." She says, "That's Ray Stevens." Feel like Rodney Dangerfield, you know, no respect. But on all seriousness, when people do recognize me, they generally talk about "God bless the USA," or "Proud to be an American," if you will, or that's the chorus line. And the title of our children's illustrated book that we released last year. Teaching our kids early to read and to learn about the sacrifice of the military for our country, I think is an important issue. Even though I never served in the military, I recognize that fact. I talk about it all the time. American Airlines has a flight to New York direct.
All right, folks, we are going to take you now to Tallahassee, Florida, where Tim Kaine, vice presidential nominee Tim Kaine, is holding a small business tour there in Florida.
So parents get the whole idea that they're prepared to learn to do whatever you do. You know, so clearly my whole career, it's so like I had an ego problem because I was used to dealing with corporates and then the C-level executives. Since we need a culture of but when I realized that K-12, really that band of young people, we really need to start focusing there. Put some interest there. I want to start helping them understand that they're moving into a world where everything is really possible and it's at their disposal. They're on the gatekeepers. So let's get them empower them to make the decisions they need next to actually build themselves into a bigger future. That's what we're doing. Because the thing about it, when you get chin checked, you know what I'm saying? Your ego gets chin checked, and it's like, okay, well, Vince, doing the work. And then they say, well, what's your son? What, kids? And I'm like, hey, yeah. Like, you don't understand. Yeah, I'm the president of design research and doing a whole bunch of corrective medicine, which is preventive medicine. I can't get you. So that's it. I appreciate it. Oh, no, thank you. And I'm going to give this right here is a guy from a young entrepreneur. It was actually written, we'll meet him, I'm sure. Back there, Eduardo Gonzalez, we have a really big luminary network, other business owners, and yeah, and they actually wrote that for one of our events and actually published it. But there you go. Yes. All right. Okay, great. I appreciate your work.
Yeah. Hey guys. I'm Ted. So okay, so tell us about
decided to stay until I asked and start a company. A few of us, this place marks our history. We started at a desk over there, and then one of the small offices, and now this one. Yeah. The next step is, obviously, hopefully we'll establish this. Fill with engineers. Give it back. She's the real talent. An honest man.
And so what's your niche within the software?
So our tagline is craft beautifully designed and highly scalable web and mobile applications. But we provide a wide range of services. Everything these days is very IT driven. We were just having a great conversation with Rob about how the tech part of the campaign is such a strong initiative. It's so focused. And that's becoming more like a stronger integral component of almost any. Yeah, absolutely. So, we're just taking our talents and our passions and putting ourselves in a position where we can work with people. Exactly. Yeah. This is part of our team. We all of our engineers are here in Tallahassee, but except for one is on vacation. So, it's a very tough place.
They're all software.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was at the snake of the hazard that I'm going to have to pick up too. So.
Did you encode that order?
I use a lot of different
Hello, Domi. Hey, everybody. We are really, really, really excited to have Senator Kane and his wife, Ms. Holden, here today. All of you work hard every single day to create things that have value and build up this community together. It's exciting to have the Senator here today because it's recognition of all of that hard work, all the hard work and hours that you put in side by side together, building up Tallahassee. So we're honored to have you here today. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it. We'd love to hear from you.
Hey, good morning. Or good afternoon now. We've been working along. This is my wife, Ann. I'm Tim Kaine. Senator from Virginia and Hillary Clinton's running mate, which I'm really excited about. And this is the third time I've been in Florida since I've been added to the ticket. My wife, Ann, just was immediately passed 2 weeks ago, was the Secretary of Education in Virginia. She stepped down to go full-time on the campaign trail, too. But we're here in Florida doing some events in Tallahassee today, about to go over to FNN to do a voter registration rally with students. But we really wanted to come by and see you. Both Ann and I have had a lot of experience working with incubators and small business development. I as a mayor and governor before I got to the Senate, and then Ann in her capacity as Secretary of Education. This week is a week where Hillary Clinton and I rolled out kind of a small business, startup business plan that has a couple of key components. And I just want to say that Hillary Clinton, you might have heard her talk about this at the convention. She grew up in a house where her dad ran a small fabric printing business that was printing fabric for uses in hotel draperies. And so she kind of remembers the small business, startup business thing, kids pitching in, she and her brothers, to do some of the printing, to drive some of the drapes to the hotels in town that were their customers. I grew up in a small business house in Kansas City. My dad ran an ironworking and welding shop that was, 12 employees in a good year and 5 employees in a tough year, plus my mom and my 2 brothers and me. And what we know is really since World War II, the growth in jobs in this country has been in small businesses. About 2/3 of new jobs are created by small and startup businesses. Now, many of them go on to become medium or large businesses, but you can really measure the health of an economy by, is it an easy climate to start up a business? We've been having a good time this morning visiting with your mayor. I'm really lucky to have with me Senator Nelson, who's such a good friend. We're on the Armed Services Committee in the Senate together, and his wife, Grace. Congresswoman Gwen Graham, who's right here, and then your mayor. And we've been talking about, this is a talent-rich community. Folks come to FAMU, they come to FSU, they come to the community college, and what can we do? And we used to grapple with this as I was a mayor of a state capital, big university town, same thing. What can we do to keep talent here and then broaden out the economy so government will be a pillar in the state capital where there's a university, but you also want to have a vigorous, creative, innovative technology culture. And the great thing is you've got all the mind power here among students, so if you can convince some to stay, that's what it's all about. And so that's a lot of what we were talking about, Hillary Clinton and I, as we've been rolling out the small business plan. Just a couple of key pieces to it. One, we want to make it easier to start businesses. So just the act of starting a business up can be complicated. I remember when I was governor, if you wanted to start a business, you'd go to this department to get your tax ID number, you'd go to that department to try to get the city registration. You might have to get a professional license depending upon what business you were in. We scoped it down to do kind of like a TurboTax one-stop shop where you could jump right in and get your state and local registrations and applications a lot easier. And so easy to start up a business is important, and at the federal level, we can streamline what we require of businesses and hopefully work with cities and states and counties so that they can streamline as well, and we can just make it easier to begin. Second, what we hear a lot from businesses, hard to get financing, especially if you're new. If you got a track record, that's one thing, but if you're new and you're trying to start up, it's tough. Now, some new technologies like crowdfunding and others have been created, but there's a lot we can do at the federal level through the Small Business Administration, making sure that we have the right sets of rules about credit unions and community banks, because they tend to be the lending institutions of choice to small and startup businesses, and make sure that they're able to do that and there's access to capital there. And then the third thing, and this is a really cool idea that Hillary and the team came up with. I can claim no pride of authorship on this. But you know how on an individual tax return, you can either file standard or you can do the deductions? itemized deductions. Most people file standard because it's simple and easy. Then if you want to keep all your records, you can do the itemized deductions. The Clinton plan includes, why don't we do the same thing for corporate taxes? Instead of a company having to keep all the records about all the overhead to determine what's a legitimate deduction or not, give businesses a choice. So if they want to file more of a standard form that makes it a lot simpler, that would be best. Not every business, especially a startup, can get the accountants and the lawyers and everybody to put it all together. So this is a good idea on the tax side. The last thing I'll say is, the key to businesses, and that's what you guys represent here, is you. It's the talent. It's the talent. And so we really believe, as part of a strong economy, building an economy that works for everybody, that educational innovation from pre-K through more career and technical education and exposure, you're talking about what Vince is trying to do with his young people, expose kids more at an early age to the different career paths that are ahead of them so they can make wiser choices. We have to develop the talent pool, and that goes into college and making it debt-free for Americans. Other nations do it. Why can't we? And even tuition-free for Americans who don't have the means to be able to pay tuition. This is something that we're really, really focused on. Needless to say, and I'm just looking around the room, seeing who you are, needless to say, you're going to be more successful if you're letting all the talent come to the table. You got to build a community of respect. You can't have a community of disrespect. We have in this country the talent to solve any issue that we will face as long as we let all the talent around the table. But if you start dividing people up against one another, blame game, name calling, then all of a sudden you find that you can't solve your problems because you're not letting the talent pool be all that it can be. Hillary Clinton gave a speech in Reno yesterday talking about some of the rhetoric on this campaign on the other side, that it would be okay for the nominee of a major party to ridicule somebody with a disability, or to trash people because they're Mexican American, or to suggest that people who are of one religious faith should be treated as second class. This is a very, very fundamental issue. Today is, by the way, Women's Equality Day. August 26th is the day. It is the day when we've, since the early 70s, it was designated Women's Equality Day because August 26, 1920 was the day that the 19th Amendment was ratified, and okay, women have the right to vote now. It only took us 144 years from saying equality was going to be our goal to women getting the right to vote. But look, talent is the most precious resource in the world right now. More than oil, more than water, talent is the condition that leads to economic success. And DOMI here is a great collection of individual talent with businesses, but everybody is in a sharing environment where you can be more that you can be by listening and learning from others. And that's the kind of society we have to have. What works in the business world, what works in this model is also what works to make us a better society. So Ann and I are really happy to come and have a chance just to talk specifically to 4 great businesses. Thank you to the folks who've had the idea to do this, and to the businesses that have grown up here. So thanks for letting us invade, and it's really good to have a chance and come and be with you. Mr. Mayor, you got a lot to be proud of.
Well, guys, I want to thank everybody for coming, being here. All the entrepreneurs, all the business owners, keep working. You know what we do best. And we're going to be headed out in a little bit here, all right? Thank you so much, Senator. Truly appreciate your time.
You're going to load the bus? Boogie? Yep. Yeah, I got you. You guys can keep moving. This way. You go.
If you lead the group, go. All right, guys, let's go.
All right there, folks. You can see Dow Jones right now down about 87 points. Was up a little bit ago, about 85 points, and now it's down 88 points.
station. We're back at it again, getting ready for the second spacewalk in just 13 days by Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins. With us today to talk about the upcoming EVA and reprising his role as lead flight director is Zeb Scoville. Thanks for joining us today, Zeb. And our lead spacewalk officer for the September 1st EVA, John Malarski. And we'll start off with Zeb.
Thanks, Rob. Good afternoon. It's good to be back with you. The last week and a half and the coming weeks on the space station really are an example of human exploration at full throttle. As you know, last Friday, as Rob said, we had a very successful spacewalk number 36 with the installation of the International Docking Adapter. We got all of our planned objectives done on that EVA, and now the ISS has a shiny new front door and welcome mat for crewed vehicles to come up and visit the station next year. We ended up stopping that EVA right around the 6-hour mark. The crew was experiencing a few challenges with their comm cap. They lost communication in one of Jeff's earphones. This is actually just because a little water droplet had gotten into the ear tube and prevented sound from going through there. And we'd had a very successful day and decided to call our victories and come inside and celebrate. So after that EVA, this week has really been focused primarily on getting the Dragon capsule packed up, getting a lot of really high priority science put away and ready for return and landing. So that vehicle will be released on early Friday morning. And then after that, really the crew's focus shifts very intently on to the upcoming EVA number 37. So the primary objective of this EVA is to retract a thermal control radiator that's out on the P6 truss. You may hear us refer to this radiator as the ticker. What that stands for is trailing thermal control radiator, and it's kind of a holdover name that comes from when that entire truss segment was actually located on the top of the station during the early assembly phase. The reason why we're retracting this radiator is because it's not in use anymore. It's fully extended, and while it's there, it's kind of exposed to the external environment and susceptible to any orbital debris or damage that may come its way. It's one of our high priority spares. We really want to be able to get it retracted and covered up so we can count on it in the future should the need arise. Beyond the ticker, I should mention that this isn't our first attempt at retracting this radiator. We tried once in the past on EVA 33. Towards the end of the EVA, we ran into some challenges there with some instability in the station motion.
All right, folks, we're going to go back now to Tallahassee, Florida, where Tim Kaine is holding a Get Out the Vote registration event.
So beyond the
Day. Give it up for women's equality. It's Women's Equality Day because on August 26, 1920, the federal government certified that enough states had ratified the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, giving women the right to vote. And 96 years later, we're about to make the first woman president of the United States. And that's what's so very exciting for me to be on the ticket. I'll just say, when Hillary asked me about a month ago, I was so proud to work with somebody. President Obama said this about her at the convention, that she would be the most qualified individual to be a nominee of a major party in the history of this country. And I am proud to be a partner with Hillary Clinton. Like a lot of strong men in this country, my political career has been built on a foundation of support from strong women like my wife, campaign managers, cabinet secretaries, the agency heads, voters, donors, volunteers. And now I'm a strong man ready to play that supportive role to make sure our strong woman, Hillary Clinton, is our next president. We all feel the same way? There is a lot at stake in this university. And I think you understand this at FAMU. This is a wonderful, historically black college and university with a great tradition. We have a few great HBCUs in Virginia, too. Virginia Union is 2 miles from our house. Virginia State, Norfolk State. Your homecoming opponent this year, Hampton University in Virginia. But I mean, hey, we're all in the family. We're all in the family. HBCUs HBCUs play an important role, producing 65% of minority engineers in the country, overwhelming numbers of minority physicians, dentists, veterinarians, scientists. HBCUs have a role that's every bit as important today and tomorrow as it was when universities like FAMU were founded. Give it up for FAMU and all the great HBCUs that are such an important part of this country. Hillary Clinton and I understand the importance of HBCUs, and that's why we have an initiative as part of our education plan to grow jobs in the 21st century, to invest $25 billion in HBCUs so we can keep training the talent pool for the 21st century. And that's together with other investments, pre-K education, career and technical education, debt-free college for Americans. That's something we can do. And these are the issues that are at stake in this election. You know, if I can just say, there are a lot of issues that are at stake in the election, but since I started off and I talked about Women's Equality Day, let's just take equality. Let's just take the principle that we stated in 1776 would be the North Star for our nation. When Virginians put that in the Declaration of Independence, they weren't living that way. Nobody was living that way, but still, they had a wisdom to tell them to put that out as a North Star that would measure our progress as a people. And for 240 years, we've been knocking down one barrier after the next, trying to live more like we said we were going to live in 1776. That's something to think about on Women's Equality Day, and that's something to think about as we approach this election. I think you know Hillary Clinton's history. She was a law student at Yale who could have done anything and she said, I want to work with the Children's Defense Fund. She went to South Carolina to help investigate racial disparities in the juvenile justice system, went to Alabama to investigate disparities in the school system. As a young lawyer, Ann and I got out of law school, and Ann worked with Legal Aid in Richmond, Virginia, and I was a civil rights lawyer battling against housing discrimination. At the very time we were doing these things, Donald Trump was starting out too, and his firm was getting sued for racial discrimination in the issuance of housing. This is a fundamental difference between the two tickets, and it's fundamental to the values that we hold as a nation. You've also seen Hillary Clinton as a First Lady of Arkansas build up maternal and child health as a First Lady of this country, work so that 8 million low-income kids could have health insurance. As a senator, fighting for military families, fighting for first responders' health after the 9/11 attacks. And as Secretary of State, making sure that women and children in the countries around the world had the attention of the U.S. government. Hillary Clinton has had a career and track record of success and support for equality and the causes that we hold dear. Donald Trump, let me just be honest. Donald Trump has a different point of view. You've heard during the campaign, he's ridiculed people with disabilities. He's ridiculed people if they were Mexican-American origin. He has said that anybody who's Muslim should be treated as second class religiously. That's not the way we do things in this country. It's not the way we do things. Donald Trump was a main guy behind the scurrilous and I would say bigoted notion that President Obama wasn't even born in this country, and Donald Trump has continued to push that irresponsible falsehood from all the way up to now. And that's the difference in this election, and that's the stakes. Yesterday, Hillary Clinton gave a speech in Reno, Nevada, calling out Donald Trump on a lot of things on this equality idea, calling him out on the fact that he has supporters like David Duke connected with the Ku Klux Klan who are going around and saying Donald Trump is their candidate because Donald Trump is pushing their values. Ku Klux Klan values, David Duke values, Donald Trump values are not American values. They're not our values, and we've got to do all we can to fight, to push back and win, to say that we're still about heading toward that North Star that we set out so long ago. And so that gets down to the reason for this rally, the reason that we're here at FAMU. You have a superb reputation of any university of student activism and of getting people to understand the critical importance of voting. So we're starting actually a national movement with HBCUs and other universities as colleges are coming back into session to talk to students about registering and voting. And we want FAMU to lead the way. Are you ready to do that? It is a very, very important thing. You know, we've seen in states all over the country significant efforts by governors and legislatures to narrow down the right to vote, to narrow down early voting, to increase ID requirements, to basically make it tougher for people to vote. You might have seen just a few weeks ago, there was a court decision about the state of North Carolina where a federal court found, as a matter of fact, that the highest officials in the state had acted, quote, with surgical precision to make it more difficult for African Americans to vote. For anybody who cares about small d democracy, the efforts of state officials to put burdens in the way, reduce participation, and do it in a discriminatory way has to call us to righteous action, righteous organization, so that we can show those tactics won't succeed. And we can do that here in Florida. We can do it in Virginia. We can do it all over the country. Here's one thing I would ask you to do. I would ask you to do this. If you're talking to friends and family and trying to persuade people about the virtues of the Clinton-Kaine ticket, or persuade people to vote, and doing that is important because, you know, folks don't really pay attention to the TV ads anymore. They don't really believe them, but they still believe the person to person. Talking to a friend, somebody you go to church with, somebody you're in class with, a family member, even calling as a volunteer and talking to someone you don't know. When they hear you're a volunteer, here's what they think. Wow, they didn't have to do this. They're a volunteer, but they're taking their time because it's important to them. Maybe it ought to be important to me. When you're doing that to encourage people to vote, if you hear somebody say to you, I don't think my vote matters, then I want to tell you what you say to them. You should say, well, the other side sure thinks it matters because an awful lot of people are doing an awful lot of work to put restrictions in way to reduce votes of African Americans, to reduce votes of young folks. If they think your vote matters so much that they want to try to make it harder for you to vote, then I hope you conclude that your vote is valuable because they sure think it does, and that's what we need to do. We've got to have strong support of young voters and voters of all ages, and you're in a unique position to be able to do this. Let me tell you what the dates are in Florida. Every state's rules are different, and many of you FAMU students are from Florida originally, but some of you might not be, so here are the rules. The last day to register to vote in Florida is October 11th. That is the last day. So between now and October 11th, register, because I can tell you this, Florida will be one of the closest, possibly the closest, battleground state this election, and your vote will really matter. Second, register by October 11, and then early voting in Florida. In-person early voting starts on Saturday, October 29th, and it goes all the way to the following Saturday, November 5th. Early voting is very important because some people are working or it's difficult for them to just vote on that one day, Tuesday, November 8th. So those are the two dates to remember. Register by October 11th and then be there for early voting October 29th through Saturday, November 5th. Let me ask one more thing of you. Is there anybody who might be willing to volunteer to help us win this race? Just give it a shout out. Yeah, all right. And I know many of you probably already have. But if you have not yet volunteered and you want to, all you have to do is text TOGETHER to 47246. Again, that is TOGETHER 47246. If you do that, you will be swept up into the campaign like the last scene of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where everybody gets on the spaceship. We'll sweep you up into the campaign. We'll put you to work. We will show that Florida is hanging tough with Hillary Clinton. This election is a complicated season and a season of surprises, but we know how to do tough work. And Florida has shown in 2008 and 2012, with its historic support for President Obama, that you can deliver the goods, save the day, and bring victory home. And we're asking for that again in 2016. Let's make history on November 8th with Hillary Clinton, and then let's make history every day as we move this nation forward. Thanks to you guys so much, Rattlers. Thanks, FAMU. I'm going to try it again. Thanks so much. Great to be with you.
All right there, everybody. You just saw Tim Kaine wrap up a want to rally volunteers there in Florida, Tallahassee, Florida, as they are looking for more volunteers in that state as we get closer to the big election in November. Let's take it back out now to where NASA is previewing the next U.S. spacewalk scheduled for September 1st. Take a look.
So the primary objective of this EVA is to retract a thermal control radiator that's out on the P6 truss. You may hear us refer to this radiator as the ticker. What that stands for is trailing thermal control radiator, and it's kind of a holdover name that comes from when that entire truss segment was actually located on the top of the station during the early assembly phase. The reason why we're retracting this radiator is because it's not in use anymore. It's fully extended, and while it's there, it's kind of exposed to the external environment and susceptible to any orbital debris or damage that may come its way. It's one of our high priority spares. We really want to be able to get it retracted and covered up so we can count on it in the future should the need arise. Beyond the ticker, I should mention that this isn't our first attempt at retracting this radiator. We tried once in the past on EVA 33. Towards the end of the EVA, we ran into some challenges there with some instability in the station motion control system. And we were running out of crew day length and EVA time, so we decided to re-extend the radiator at that point and come back to fight another day, which will be next week. So beyond the radiator retraction itself, we have some other really interesting objectives on this EVA. One that I'm particularly interested in myself is installation of some high-definition television cameras we're going to be installing outside. The main interest in these cameras is that it allow us to get some really just excellent high-res imagery of the Soyuz vehicles that the crew uses to return to at the end of their increments. This will allow us to give a good inspection of them and make sure they're in top shape for the crew safety and return. In addition, there's a lot of really great secondary objectives we get out of these cameras. There's going to be some great opportunities for Earth observation as well as inspections of the rest of stations. So I'm really expecting to see some just fantastic imagery coming out of these cameras when we install them outside. So the EVA, as I said, will be next Thursday. The crew will be coming out of the Quest airlock at about 7:10 in the morning Central Time. Once again, as we saw in the last EVA, Jeff will be EV1 with the red stripes, and Kate will be EV2 with the white stripes on her suit. And really just looking at the last EVA, these guys both performed just an outstanding job. This was Kate's first EVA as a rookie, but you certainly wouldn't have known it. Their sort of combination of athleticism and problem solving really, in my mind, is a perfect blend of Michael Phelps, Simone Biles, and Mark Watney. So we just couldn't be more pleased with how they did. In addition to the primary tasks I mentioned with the radiator retraction and the camera installations, there's a few other tasks that we are doing. I sort of put these in the category of routine maintenance, similar to what you might do with your car at home. There's a rotating joint that we have outside that we've lubricated in the past, and so we're just going to go inspect that, make sure the lubrication is still good. There's some struts outside near that joint that we've been detecting a very small vibration or shimmy in it, and so the crew can go back outside, re-torque some of the bolts to make sure that those struts are secure, and as I said, that's really just preserving and keeping our vehicle in top shape for its sustained use throughout the life of station. A couple aspects of variability we have coming up for this EVA lie in our camera installation task. On Saturday morning, after the ground control releases, or after the ground releases the Dragon capsule, the ground's going to take control of the robotic arm from the crew, and we're going to go and actually try to replace a power module that's on the port side truss. This is, you can think of it just like a circuit breaker. It controls loads to some downstream equipment. This one is currently failed and is preventing us from providing heater power to a light, and we also need that same power string to power our cameras that we're about to install. So when we've tried to replace this power box in the past, we had some difficulties getting it fully extracted because it was holding up on a bolt and a connector. So Saturday we're going to reattempt to get that out through ground control and try to get it fully extracted and replaced. If that is successful, then we'll go and be able to execute our planned timeline. Of course, we're prepared for the eventuality that it may not go that way. So we have a couple different timelines planned. One would be basically to take the high-definition camera that we're going to install, and instead of putting it at the prime location, move it up to the top of the truss into an alternate location that still meets all of the inspection criteria that we have for this camera in terms of looking at the Soyuz, and so it's a equally good location for this camera. Alternatively, another option could be just to take advantage of the fact that the crew is there at the work site and have them try to reattempt the manual replacement of this power box themselves and restore full functionality there. So name of the game is really maintain flexibility until we see how the robotic operations go Saturday night, and we'll be ready with one of those plans. That's sort of the big picture view of what I see coming up with the spacewalk. I'll hand it over to John Malarski for the details.
John?
Thanks, Zeb. We'll go through some of the details of today's timeline. Looking forward to working the radiator retract, and we've got an animation to show the details of today's tasks. So here we are showing the front of the ISS, and then coming in first, Jeff Williams will be exiting the Quest airlock on his 5th spacewalk, and followed by Kate Rubins. Jeff having just over 1 day of spacewalking time. Jeff will lead from the airlock up onto the main truss segment. Because of the distance of the radiator from the airlock, it's actually on the end of the truss out P6, Jeff will be taking the safety tethers of both crew members out and setting them up on P1 to allow enough reach for them from the airlock all the way out to P6. And while he's taking care of that, Kate will wait at the airlock for him to set that up, and then he'll head out towards the solar alpha rotor joint, the Sarge, and then followed by Kate, who will come after. She will follow that same path and follow her tether to meet Jeff out there before they both head out to the prime task on the EVA, which is retracting the ticker, as Zeb mentioned earlier. As was mentioned, this previously tried to retract this on US EVA 33, and they had a lot of other tasks that they had to do, and were unable to get to this one successfully, but we were taking this as our prime task, and we'll go ahead and knock it out first on the EVA. So once both crew get outboard of the Sarge there, they'll inspect the radiator and the various mechanisms around it to make sure none of them will be in the way as we retract it. Both the shroud and there are 6 cinches rotated or located around it that they'll inspect. Kate will translate around the zenith side of that truss, and Jeff on the nadir looking at the radiator to make sure it's prepared for its retraction on this EVA. Once they've completed their inspections, Jeff will move into place to take his pistol grip tool, or PGT, power tool, to retract the radiator manually while Kate gets in position to view the radiator's retraction to make sure it goes smoothly. With its location facing forward on the ISS, we'll have good views from the ground as well to help the crew monitor its retraction. As you see here, Kate will slide outboard and get a view of the radiator, while Jeff places himself on the outboard side in position there at the bolt. As was stated, we retracted it previously, and we've got the video here of what we hope to see on this attempt is a nice smooth retraction of the radiator as it comes down and gets retracted fully to protect it from the MOD and thermal conditions, as Zeb mentioned earlier. Assuming a nice clean retraction there, and they've got it seated fully, the crew will work to install 4 cinches, much as you would the lug nuts on your car tire. They'll work in a cross pattern diagonally from each other, installing 2 cinches here, and then they will slide and work a cross pattern 2 additional cinches and work back and forth a couple times at each bolt to get the radiator fully cinched and compressed into place. After fully securing all 4 of the cinches, the next step is to deploy a thermal cover in order to fully protect the radiator. Gets both thermal protection and micrometeorological debris protection from that cover. And deploying that shroud over the radiator will complete the retraction of the radiator and the prime task on the EVA. So here you see the crew. They'll move the shroud, which was stowed by a previous crew that deployed the radiator, Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide, and they'll deploy that and cinch it tight to protect that radiator. Moving on for the second set of tasks on the EVA, Jeff will pick up a foot restraint here and make his way back inboard to the SSRMS, or the Canadarm2, for the high-definition camera task that Zeb mentioned, while Kate is translating back all the way to the airlock to retrieve those cameras for Jeff to install. So she'll pick up both a high-definition camera and a light from the airlock to put on the camera port 9 work site that's on the nadir side of the port 1 truss, while Jeff will meet the SSRMS that's being driven by JAXA crew member Takuya Nishi, who will then drive the arm in under Jeff's guidance so that they can get the foot restraint installed and the safety tether installed. While Jeff is installing that, Kate will come out to meet him with his bag of ORUs so that he can install them on the nadir side of the truss there, that camera just below where he is right now. After picking up his bag, they'll maneuver the arm down to the nadir side of the truss there. So following retrieving that bag for Jeff, Kate will have some secondary tasks that she'll go off to at the solar alpha rotary joint, the SARJ, cinching those bolts, as Zeb mentioned, and also doing a SARJ inspection. So she'll translate outboard, grab some tools that she'll need for those tasks, and then head back around to tighten the 3 remaining bolts of the SARJ. There were a 4th one that was previously tightened on USEVA 33, and they saw improvement in the data. So they decided that the remaining 3 bolts would hopefully finish the job there. So Kate will translate around 3 corners and give us good photos and video closeout as she goes ahead and tightens those bolts and secures the thermal booties around them. Previously on USEVA 33, they saw one of the booties was dislodged, and so we're going to make sure that if need be, if the Velcro is degraded on those booties, that they can put a wire tie to secure them in place. So she'll translate around to multiple joints here. Second one and then a third one. And depending on timing here and lighting conditions of how the EVA is going, she will complete a SARJ inspection. Previously on STS-134, the crew did lube the port SARJ, and the ground has done some testing to see how that lube will hold up over time. We'll get Kate's on-site inspection to verify that the ground testing is matching up with what happens on orbit. And we'll catch that during sometime during one of the day passes, and she'll come swing by here, give us her report, and take photos of that for later ground analysis. And while she's working on that, Jeff will work in here. He'll first change out this light. This is a light that has burnt out its bulbs, and once we get completion of the RPCM R&R that Zeb mentioned, they'll have a good heater circuit there for the light, new light to be put in its place and make this camera fully functional. And on the side of the standard definition camera that's already there, we'll install an additional high definition camera, so they'll be co-located to get both standard def and high def from the same pan tilt. And Jeff will clean up his work site and have Talk back the arm away. Following Kate Sard's inspection task, she will move back outboard towards the radiator work site that we previously were at. We have some ORUs that are pump flow control subassemblies that are ammonia pumps for the outboard elements, and those pumps had previously failed and they are under an MLI blanket. And to enable future change out of these boxes by the SPDM, Dexter, Kate will fold back that MLI and tie it back, and so a future SpaceX mission can bring up replacement boxes. And so since the MLI was never designed for robotic compatibility, she'll just tuck that out of the way and wire tie it in place. That'll complete the main task objectives on the EVA for the day. So Jeff will guide Talk and the arm back to the same position he got in, and he'll egress the arm and stow both his foot restraint and remove his tether from the arm and get back on the structure for cleanup. Once he's cleaned up the arm and allowed Talk to move to the overnight park position, they will take the foot restraint and install it on the cedar cart for future use on another EVA. And then the crew will repeat a reverse direction of their egress, and Jeff will meet up at the tether anchor point while Kate heads back to the airlock, and they will use their tethers to move their way back to the airlock and ingress for a hopefully successful US EVA 37. And then we'll get Jeff back inside for preparation for his return in just a few days later.
Okay, John, thanks very much. Fascinating EVA coming up. We have questions here at the Johnson Space Center. We also have questions from social media and on the phone bridge, so we'll get to it right now. Start off with Robert Perlman.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. Just to refresh my memory in terms of the last time this radiator was retracted, what gives the confidence now that it'll be fully retracted? Was it just a time issue last time, or what's the difference between this attempt and last?
Certainly. Thanks for the question. So the difference here is really coming down to the timing that we have in the tasks on this EVA compared to how we did it in the last EVA. And second is some of the other operations that were happening when we tried to replace it, or when we tried to retract in the previous EVA. So previously, when we tried an EVA 33, this was combined with an activity that vents ammonia at, prior to the retraction. That venting spews some ammonia offboard. That creates actually an external torque on the station, and not really a big deal in and of itself, but over time our control moment gyros, which basically keep the station stable through space, start to have some difficulty reacting against the built-up momentum in those torques. With the crew far out on the outside of the truss segment, that creates additional moments and vibrations on the vehicle. And so towards the end of the EVA, those started to ramp up, and some low-level thruster firings had difficulty maintaining control. So as at the risk of losing partial attitude control of the station, we decided the best course of action was to re-extend the radiator and bring the crew back inside. The timing of this also came into a factor here. This was at the very end of the EVA. The EVA was running long at that time, and so we knew that to stabilize the attitude control, have the crew restow it, would put the EVA way long. And so to protect the crew's day length and keeping them safe as a top priority really was what drove us to stop that one. This case is a little bit different. As John said, it's our first task coming right outside the door. So we've got lots of crew time available. We also aren't doing that ammonia vent associated with this activity, so we expect a good stable motion control system to not have those factors become an issue on this EVA.
Just a quick follow-up. The last EVA, when the decision was made to come inside because of the COM cap issues, You had the two get-aheads that were still a possibility. Is there hope to tack those onto this EVA, and in particular the inspection of the AMU?
I think you mean inspection of the alphamagnetic spectrometer? Yeah, correct. So yes, those same get-aheads are still being carried on this spacewalk as well. And there's been, just to avoid any confusion on what the nature of this failure was we saw in the last EVA, the ear cup has a small speaker in it that has an air tube that's connected up to the actual earphone here. And if you get a drop of water in there, it's almost like a pipette or something, and that water droplet prevents sound waves from traveling through that air tube. We've seen this in the past. We've actually done some slight hardware modifications to try to prevent water from getting in there in the first place. This is very different from the water in the helmet situations that we've seen on both EVAs 23 and 35, where we had much more concern for crew safety. This was not a real system leak. This could just be a drop of sweat that got into the air tube there. So we have spare comm caps. We're swapping that one out on this EVA to make sure we have a good headset going forward, and that really should mitigate the problems here. Oh, sorry, AMS, yes. AMS, we are carrying that as a get-ahead to be able to go inspect that, as I said, and the seated cart brake handle tieback. So both of those are still being carried as options on the spacewalk.
Mark? Thanks, Mark Carruth for Aviation Week. I have two. They're not quite related, but there was discussion, I think, at the opening of the briefing about this radiator, and does it still have a capability to function as a spare? Is that one reason that you want to retract and recover it? And then I wondered if you could go back to the robotic operation that's going to precede the spacewalk. You talked about a box. I don't know, I'm guessing, is that like a sequential shunt unit or some other electronic relay outside? What is it?
Two different questions. I'll make sure I address both of them here. So the first one was, is this thermal radiator usable as a spare? Absolutely. That's why we're doing this spacewalk. It is totally functional. So we want to preserve its capability if one of the other radiators on the station starts to leak or has another problem. We can use this as a spare to go replace it. So it is not being functionally used at this point. It was used in early assembly sequences, and then we actually had to use it as an additional radiator capability when we saw a leak in one of our systems a couple years ago. Since we recovered that leak, fixed that leak, we now don't need this radiator, so we can retract it, and yes, it'll be a fully functional spare in the future if needed. And then so your second question, remind me again, Mark?
Sure, it's the box that you're replacing robotically.
Right. Yeah, so this is it's an RPCM, so this really is it's a small box about 12 inches by 8 inches by 6 inches maybe, and this is, in the simplest terms, think of it as a switch. It's got a number of relays in it that have overcurrent protection like a circuit breaker, much smaller box than like the sequential shunt unit or MBSU that we've dealt with in the past. So this is a common box to that they're located all throughout station. We've done several maintenance on this type of box robotically in the past. So that's the intent of that work. I don't know when it's failed, and to be clear, the box isn't entirely failed. So it's got, as I said, several relays in there. There's just one relay in this box that has failed, and this happens to be the relay that's powering the circuit for our high-definition cameras and for our heaters on the luminaire that's outside. So regaining that functionality gives us the capability to install this camera. That's sort of why we're interested in getting it done now at this time. I can look into when it specifically failed and get back to you.
Okay, we have at least one reporter on our phone bridge. Please press *1 if you have a question, and I believe we have Bill Harwood from CBS News. Bill?
Yeah, hi guys. Just one quick one for Zeb, if I can. I'm a little confused about those Sarge struts. I'm not sure what you're looking at. I'm wondering, I remember y'all saw vibration when you had lubrication problems before. So is it the same kind of vibration? Is this a different issue? And just wonder if there's any relationship between lubrication and whatever it is you're seeing on those struts. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Bill. So similar sensors were used in detecting this as we saw for previous Sarge. issues we've had in the past. Just to catch everyone up, in the past we saw pretty significant vibrations on our starboard truss rotary joint. And when the crew did an inspection at that time, they found some significant damage on the bearing ring and the gear ring that rotates that joint. The crew resolved this by laying a substantial amount of grease to lubricate that and prevent seizure of that gear ring and preserve its life. So in this case, we are seeing some small vibrations, not nearly at the level of magnitude that we saw in the past with the vibrations when we didn't have any lubrication there. So it's a much smaller order of magnitude. It's really a long-term life issue we're trying to protect here. We think it may be associated with these struts that we're going to bolt down. That may be a contributor. Until we get them torqued down, we don't know if that was the root cause of that vibration. So this is sort of looking at trying to attack some of the legs of the fault tree to make sure we've got that protected.
Okay, I know we have a plethora of social media questions. Haley, you want to get going?
Yeah, we have a great one from Linda on Twitter, and she's wondering, will all crew members be involved in the spacewalk in some way?
So we have all 3 of the USOS crew members are involved in some way. As John said, we've got Jeff Williams and Kate Rubens outside, and then Takuya Anishi will be inside, both driving the robotic arm. He'll also be the prime crew member that it will be getting the crew suited up in the morning and then getting them out of their suits in the afternoon. So he's got a really critical role to make sure that all goes per the timeline. So he's going to be playing a big part. We also have, as we did on the last EVA, we're bringing in helps from some of our Russian cosmonauts to come into the airlock to help get the crew suited up in the morning. But really, we just have one of them participating in that. So there will be 2 other Russian crew members that aren't directly involved with the spacewalk.
Awesome, and we have another good one from Derek on Twitter, and he's wondering approximately how many orbits of the Earth will we see during the spacewalk?
Okay, you're making me do math in public. About 4. Mm-hmm.
And this is sort of a follow-up. Noah on Twitter is wondering what types of temperature sensations the astronauts will experience during the day and night passes.
So for this EVA, it's actually a little cooler than the last EVA. The IDEVA, they were on the pressurized mating adapters, which are black, and so they see a lot higher temperatures. This one should be more benign, and it's more benign than that one. But we can see temperatures outside up to a couple hundred degrees plus or minus. This one should be in the more benign range.
Awesome, and we have another one concerning the cameras for the EVA. Elena on Twitter is wondering if the cameras are only meant to capture Earth imagery or if they can also capture space imagery as well.
Okay. And as I said, these cameras are going to be great. They're actually the same model of camera that the crew has inside the vehicle to take video and still images. And they've been modified and put in a protective box to be stored outside. And so they'll be able to get high-resolution still images, video. My hope is once we get some practice with the settings and use of them, we'll be able to see some of the aurora, definitely some of the cities at night passes overboard. In terms of being able to see, long distance images of space and star clusters, that's really more in the Hubble range than in these cameras. But we'll certainly be able to get similar types of imagery and photography that you see from some of the crew pictures inside.
Awesome, and we have another good one from Facebook, and they are wondering, are we going to see them using any interesting types of tools on this spacewalk?
Go for it. I think we should. For this EVA, it's actually pretty straightforward on the tools they'll be using. The main tool they'll use is the pistol grip tool, which is looks like a drill, but it's designed to provide precise torque output for tightening the bolts on the radiator to get that cinched down at the appropriate levels. That'll be the main tool that the crew uses. Probably the most unique tool to space that the crew will use is for the high-definition camera. Jeff will have what we call a scoop, which is basically a portable handle that fits on any of our ORUs and allows them to move them around without touching some of the sensitive thermal coatings that some of the ORUs have.
I had one question for you guys. Onishi, driving the arm, lab workstation or cupola workstation? Where will he be at?
So he's going to be at the cupola workstation for this. Just gives the best sort of situational awareness during the operations. There is a little bit of a variability, as I said, again with the RPCM operations. This is sort of getting into the weeds, but if we end up having to change out that power box with EVA support, that could cause us to have to go to our alternate string, and we may end up on the lab in that case.
Haley, did you have more?
This one is very specific, but maybe you can use it to talk to spacewalk prep in general. Sarah on Twitter is wondering how many pages are on your checklist before they can get out the door to start the spacewalk?
Well, I don't remember exactly how many pages we have, but actually we've actually moving more and more electronic and away from paper procedures. So most of the procedures for prep and post on the EVA before and after the crew will use will actually be electronic. The main procedures they'll have on board that are actually paper are for any kind of contingencies or things like that where you need ultimate reliability and you're not worried about your laptop.
All right, folks, we are going to switch to live coverage now where Vice President Joe Biden will be speaking shortly about the need for investing in infrastructure for transportation. We all know him as Amtrak Joe. He's going to be talking about the need for funding infrastructure on national transportation. We'll go there now.
Thank you all. I'd like to introduce a couple of senators. First, someone who shares a name with one of the chairmen of our Amtrak board in the past. I know, I just got to tell you the story when our Amtrak chairman, Tom Carper, came up here and saw signs about welcoming Tom Carper into the maintenance facility. He really was surprised until he realized it was for Senator Tom Carper. Come on out, Senator.
Joe Boardman is going to serve as our president for Amtrak for a couple of more weeks. He's been our president for the last 8 years. As a former Amtrak board member for 4 years myself, I know a good president when I see one. This is a good president and a good man. Give him a great round of applause.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks.
You mentioned that we had a board chairman named Tom Carper, who was, I think, formerly the mayor of a town in Illinois. As it turned out, I look around the country from time to time just to stumble across people who are named Tom Carper. And I found that the poet laureate of Maine was also Tom Carper. And just for fun, I got a lot of copies of his books, his poetry books, and I cut out my picture and pasted it over his picture, and I gave them to people as gifts. People said, I knew you were an extraordinary public citizen, but I had no idea you're also a poet. And so whatever the mission calls for. We're happy you're here in Biden Station. Let me hear you say Biden Station. I got one, Biden Station. If you go up the Northeast Corridor and you're heading for New York City, you go by Lautenberg Station, and it's hard to miss because you can see it about 12 miles away. And it's like on the roof, and this is Lautenberg Station, and you have to go back there on the side on French Street here to find the placard that says Biden Station. But I don't think anybody has done more in the executive branch of government and the Congress for Amtrak than Joe Biden. Put your hands together just for Joe, just to warm up for all that he's done for passenger rail service in the state of Delaware. How many of you remember the first time you rode a train? Raise your hand. How many remember? How many have never ridden a train? All right. I remember the first time I rode a train. I was 4 years old, visiting my grandparents in Beaver, West Virginia, and right outside of my grandparents' house was a train track for freight trains. And once or twice a day, a train would come by very slowly in front of my grandparents' house. There was a fence between my grandparents' house and the train track, and my sister and I would stand out by the fence, and we would wait for the train to come, and we would pump our arms. Let me see, go like this. Go, can you do that? Yeah, pump our arms, just trying to make sure that they would blow their whistle at my sister and me. And one day the train's coming, we're pumping our arms, and not only does the train and the whistle blow, the train stops right in front of my grandparents' house. And off the train comes our grandfather. He worked for the railroad. And he came off the train and he picked us up in his arms, put us up on the train, and we took off for 400 or 500 miles. Well, feet. It seemed longer. It was extraordinary. And we finally stopped the train, Joe, and we got off the train, and the last thing my grandfather said before we ran back to our grandmother back in the house, he said, "Don't tell your grandmother." We run back as fast as we can. We ran to the house. "Grandma, Grandma, you'll never guess what we just did with Grandpa." You're kidding, you didn't do that. That was my first train ride. My last was last night, coming home from Washington, D.C. And in between, I've ridden a whole lot of trains, including some terrific trains in this country, and frankly, some terrific trains in other countries. Vietnam War, had a chance to travel in Southeast Asia, and rode great trains in Japan, and great trains in Malaysia, Thailand, all the way down the Malay Peninsula. Later on, coming out of the Navy, back through Europe and Euro Rail Pass, and had a chance to ride all kinds of great trains before I actually came here to Delaware. And as a member of the Amtrak board, to ride great trains and be involved on the board, coming up with the Acela Express and developing the concept and launching it. About 6 months ago, I was in China, and I rode an incredible train from not from Beijing, but from Nanjing to another town there. And I got to the train station. The train station was marble. The platform was marble. The train was beautiful and white and sleek. And we rode for about an hour and a half. You could literally not even tell you're moving. Restrooms, clean, food service, literally through the car. And I came back I thought, whoa, this is an incredible train ride. And it was on time, going and coming. I came back and I got my first train I got on back here a couple of weeks later to go to Washington. The train was late. We got in the train, and sometimes they have a hard time, as Joe knows, that sometimes between regulating the temperature, heat, and cold. And Bill here, he knows sometimes it's supposed to be hot and it's cold, and the other way is true. Well, I sat at the back of the train, and the door that I was sitting next to open and close, and it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. We ran late, we started late, and got there late. And I thought, having just ridden this incredible train in China, to have that kind of service back here in our own country, for a company that I used to be an active part of, still support strongly, I thought, we can do better than this. We can do better than this. And under this man's leadership, we've done a heck of a lot better today than we were doing when he assumed the reins of leadership. I'll let you leave it up to others to explain that. But we can do a whole lot better than this. In other countries, they do a whole lot better than we do. And they don't do it for the wrong reasons. They do it actually because it's in their naked self-interest to have great train systems. And I don't care if you're talking about Europe or Britain or France or Germany or Sweden or all these countries. I don't care if you're talking about China, Japan. They do it for these reasons. They're concerned about congestion. In this country, we spend literally 48 hours a year sitting still in traffic. Average person in this country, 48 hours. Not moving, 48 hours. The other countries, the reason why they invest in, not just in the trains, but also in the infrastructure, is because of concerns about climate change, global warming, which we see evidence of even this summer. The reason why they invest is because of air quality. People want clean air. These babies provide a lot of clean air. Some of the trucks and diesels and everything, the cars that we drive, they enhance the quality of our air. Those countries want to be energy independent. And these kinds of trains provide that kind of independence. There's a whole lot of reasons why they are investing in inner-city passenger rail, extraordinary amounts of money in extraordinary train systems. This is an enormous investment. This represents an enormous investment. But just like we wouldn't want to go out and buy one of these new Teslas for, I don't know, $100,000, $200,000 and let them ride on gravel roads, We can't buy these trains and send them out to ride on the Northeast Corridor, outside the Northeast Corridor, on the kind of infrastructure that we have. This is a down payment, but there's a lot of big payments to come. And the payments are for the track bed, for the overhead wires, for the signaling system. And there's a requirement for Congress to step up and for the next president and vice president to stand up. Joe Biden has done his share. I think Barack Obama has done his share. This man has done his share. And the rest is up to us, including Chris Coons. And Chris Coons is my wingman in the United States Senate. He's the hardest working senator I know. There are about 12 committees in the United States Senate. I think he serves on all of them. Most days he makes me look like a couch potato. He has more energy, and he's one of the 2 best passengers that Amtrak has. The other one would be... And he is here with us today. And he is the one of the senior members of the Appropriations Committee that controls transportation funding, including the Amtrak funding. He is a key player, and he's somebody who loves Amtrak and sets a great example for the rest of us. Senator Chris Coons.
Well, thank you, Senator Carper. Thank you for being a great friend, a great colleague, and a great companion on our daily transitions from Wilmington to Washington, down and back. This is indeed a great day for Wilmington, for Amtrak, and for America. And to Jerome Walut and to Joe Boardman, thank you for your leadership of Amtrak. Thank you for manufacturing in America a fantastic and impressive next-generation train set on which I know we will spend a lot of miles together. I want to take a moment and just thank the men and women of Amtrak. There's terrific folks who work here in Delaware in the shops each and every day, about 1,200 Amtrak employees, and a lot of folks who I've gotten to know and become friends with in my time serving both in Congress and riding the rails together. Bill Bonet, someone who's been my companion so many days, and to John McCluskey and Frank Gentry, to Bruce Lamascolo and Mike Hill, folks from all the trades that are represented here in Delaware, thank you. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for keeping us safe. You know, this is a great time to be making an announcement about the future of Amtrak, because Amtrak just had a remarkable year. Record ridership last year, record progress towards dealing with state of good repair, record customer satisfaction. Amtrak is on terrific, strong, and solid footing going forward. There still, though, remains a $7 billion backlog from years when Congress did not do its job and step up and invest as much as we should in this critical infrastructure that moves 30 million people across our country every year. So as Senator Carper mentioned, we've got some work to do going forward. It is my hope and prayer, Senator, that we will be successful in the fall elections and our party will be returned to the majority. And if that's the case, Senator Tom Carper will most likely be chairman of the committee that authorizes transportation programs, and I will continue to support you in my role as just a minor appropriator on the Transportation Subcommittee. We've got a lot of good work to do together, and I'm excited about the years ahead. You know, I did a quick back-of-the-envelope math. I've just been a senator 6 years, and I've done something like 140,000 miles on Amtrak from this station. Someone like Bertie Clementi, who's been state director for a long time for Joe Biden and now serves on the board, knows just what Amtrak means to our state and our community. My senior senator has served in Congress 26 years, and so a significant multiple of the years that I've put in, but I tell you, no one has put in more miles on Amtrak, and no one has fought harder for Amtrak, and no one believes more in the power of Amtrak to transform our community and our country than Joe Biden, for whom the station is named. Give him a round of applause, please. There's more to the program to follow in a moment, but I just wanted to say, when Joe Biden steps forward and says he's committed to something, whether it's the American automobile industry or the future of American rail, that's no malarkey. He keeps his promises. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Please welcome Deputy Secretary of Department of Transportation, Victor Mendez, and Executive Director of the Build America Bureau, Andrew Wright.
Well, thank you all very much. Good afternoon. There you go. Come on. Good afternoon. It's really a very important day for all of us that are involved in transportation overall, especially in the rail industry. It's a great honor to be here with all of you today, and I do, on behalf of Secretary Anthony Fox, do bring to all of you greetings and best wishes. Oftentimes, I'm given the opportunity to speak during a landmark event that showcases innovation and opportunity, and I'm very honored to be here today because this is what we're talking about today, especially with our Vice President Joe Biden and many of the elected officials that have been very instrumental in getting us to where we are today, along with many of our partners, as we really try and move transportation forward and you know, just do the good things that all of us in this country need to be doing. So as all of you have seen, our friends at Amtrak, with the assistance of Alstom, have been working very hard in creating the future of American rail transportation in the form of this new Acela train. Such innovation is paramount to the values that we hold near and dear at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Through the department's Beyond Traffic report, we found that 70 million more people will be added to our population over the next 30 years. So you have to begin thinking about how do we absorb that in transportation. So you can see very clearly that we need to modernize our transportation networks throughout the entire country. It's also important to provide long-term transportation funding to plan and implement these large projects. And that's why we now have a long-term 5-year transportation bill that we call a FAST Act, which was signed by President Obama last December. Through this act, we have the ability to work with states and other entities to use a variety of financial options to better our transportation infrastructure. So you might ask, how do we do this? Through the creation of our new Build America Bureau, under the leadership of Executive Director Andrew Wright, who is standing here to my right, we are able to create new funding and financing opportunities for communities and initiatives throughout the entire country, including Amtrak's new trains. The Bureau is responsible for being the driving force for infrastructure development projects all across the country. Throughout the years and since the inception of our Build America initiative, the Department of Transportation has been able to close more than $12 billion in financing for over 22 projects with over $29 billion in total project costs. So you can see our leverage, ability to leverage our financial dollars really increases tremendously. Under the Railroad Rehabilitation and Improvement Financing, RIF as we all know it, the Bureau has been able to provide the largest financing opportunity in the history of the department to Amtrak in hopes of reinvigorating America's premier high-speed rail system. Many folks at my team at USDOT, and they're all scattered throughout here, worked very hard to close the deal with Amtrak. But I do want to give a special thank you to our team at the Federal Railroad Administration, under the direction of our administrator, Sarah Feinberg, for their extra efforts. They really went out of their way to really close the deal on this, and they spent a few years working on this. And I do have to say, from my perspective, our entire USDOT team did a great job. So thanks to the team for doing this. It is through programs like these that we strive to keep up with the rising demand of passenger traffic while keeping our transportation options fresh and updated. So let me encourage all of you to continue this trend of hard work and innovation that pushes our country to the forefront of innovation and brings us all together a little closer and a little faster. And one more thing before I go. Most of you know that at USDOT, safety is our highest priority. Always has been, and it always will be. So I ask all of you, whatever mode of transportation that you utilize, please join us in our safety journey. And with that, I do want to say once again, thanks to all of you for your great work, your hard work, your diligent efforts, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Amtrak Chairman Tony Kosha and the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you very much. I had to briefly remind him that you're clapping for him, not for me. So
We're clapping for you. We expect a hell of a lot.
I want to briefly say a few things, and mostly to say something about what we're doing here today, how we got to this point, and why it's so important. But before I do that, let me thank some people who played an enormous role in us getting to this point. I mean, first and foremost, the hardworking people at FRA and DOT who put together the largest loan in the history of Amtrak, who are making the most significant investment in passenger rail that's ever been made in this country. And it's the leadership of Secretary Fox, Administrator Feinberg, Andrew Wright, and all those who worked so hard to get us to this point. This is truly one of those cases where people say, why doesn't somebody do something about it? And somebody here did something about it. And so we owe them a great deal of gratitude. And in the spirit of public-private partnerships, I also want to point out the exemplary partnership that we're developing with our partner Alstom in building what will be a next generation of train capability in the United States. Thank you for all of your hard work. And of course, the support that we've had in Congress is something that has made an enormous difference in being able to get to this point. We're joined today, and you just heard from members of the Delaware congressional delegation, who have clearly been a big part of Amtrak's history for a very long period of time. And Senator Carper, Senator Coons, Representative Carney, all are a big part of the Amtrak family and a reason for why we're here. And we'll talk a little bit more about our connection to Delaware in just a minute. But let's talk a minute about why we are here today. We're here today to announce the next generation of the Acela program that will bring to the United States and bring to passenger rail the state-of-the-art type of equipment that passengers have longed for. Trains that can go 160 miles an hour in an operating mode, 186 miles an hour once we make the infrastructure improvements that are required and that we think we're going to be able to make. And it's all part of a larger $2.5 billion program that's not just going to bring $2 billion in new trains, but $170 million of investment in Washington and New York to our facilities there, $80 million of investment in upgrading our track infrastructure that will create a greater level of reliability and also bring the kind of comfort to the entire system that the Northeast Corridor relies on, and $90 million of safety improvements, because we never forget where our priorities really ought to be in all of this. And with that, we will bring together a train system that will clearly be an example for the entire country to build and develop a national network of intercity trains that connect city pairs throughout the United States that create the kind of mobility that Americans are looking for. But let's just spend a brief second to talk about how we got here, because Amtrak was not always in the same shape it's in now. And in the last 4 or 5 years, significant changes have happened at Amtrak that have made it possible for us to do what we're doing today. As our CEO, Joe Boardman, pointed out earlier, this is not a grant. No one's just handing us the money. We worked very hard, all of us, all the people I mentioned and all the people who will come after us, worked very hard to make this a very strong, viable railroad. We've put a focus on safety, on customer service, on growth and performance that put us in a position to be able to leverage a transaction to invest $2.5 billion in a railroad to meet the needs of our traveling customers. And all of that we're very proud of, because none of this would have been possible a decade ago without all of that support and all of that help. So why is it important? Well, it's important because at the end of the day, the business that we're really in is generating mobility. Yes, we do get people from one point to another point, but what we really do is we enrich the lives of people whose quality is improved by being able to travel. We also do a great deal to create economic opportunity for people who are able to look for opportunity in their lives, not just in where they can get to within short distances, but we can create the kind of inner city travel. Amtrak is responding to a change in the United States of people moving into cities, of people looking for city-to-city connections where we've seen all sorts of vibrancy in places where it never existed before. We're just part of a movement that is happening for people to connect to each other in ways that are efficient, in ways that are reliable, and Amtrak is happy to play a role in that enhancement to mobility that we think makes a big difference in the lives of average Americans. So for all those reasons, we're here to do something that we think is really important, not just for Amtrak, but for the country. And we're grateful to all those who worked so hard to change the picture at Amtrak in the last 10 years. So let me just take a minute and conclude by saying thank you to some other folks. You heard from Joe Boardman at the beginning of this program. As many of you know, Joe is about to retire after an 8-year stint as the CEO of Amtrak. When Joe came to Amtrak, it was very much a company that, my words, not his, was very much sort of on the canvas. Was it going to survive the following year or not? No one's having those conversations anymore. We're here to stay, we're thriving, and we're going to be here forever. We are grateful to the contributions that Joe made during his 8-year tenure at the company, and we know that we've got phenomenal things ahead of us, in part because of the efforts that he made during that time, and so we're very grateful. But let me say something about the gentleman who's standing behind me, because I'm not sure that we would be here today, I'm positive we would not be here today, if it were not for Vice President Biden. I'm also pretty confident that Amtrak would look nothing like what it looks like if it were not for Vice President Biden. In fact, there's a lot of things in this country that would not look like they look like if it were not for the gentleman standing to my right. You meet a lot of people in public life, but you don't always meet people who have such an enormous brain and such an enormous heart, and the two of them are so connected to each other. And the gentleman who's here on stage with me personifies that in public life like virtually no other person that I've ever met before. I have to tell you that our CFO sometimes worries because his use of Amtrak is legendary. Everyone knows he's our #1 customer and has been for a long time, but our CFO worries sometimes that if he ever figures out what his Amtrak rewards number is and cashes in, we may actually need another $2.5 billion loan. So let me sort of conclude by saying to all those who have helped us, and we've had enormous support, Senator Schumer and Senator Booker and others who have been big, faithful supporters of us, they are working in tandem with the gentleman who I'll now introduce as Amtrak #1 supporter, Vice President of the United States, Joseph Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Joey, thank you. Thank you. Joe Boardman, where are you? Come on up in the stage with me. You back there, Joe? Tell Joe he's got to come out here. And Tommy, you come on back up too. And Bert DiClemente, get your rear end up here. Guys, Tony, thank you for the kind words, and Chris and John Carney and our Deputy Secretary of Transportation, and Sarah Feinberg, who's a great friend and done a hell of a job for us, and Andrew Wright, and I want to point out my personal thanks to Joe. There are a couple things that and this is the God's truth, when the President asked me whether I would join him on the ticket to be Vice President of the United States or to be vetted to be Vice President, I said, no, I did not want to do that. It's the best decision ever made in retrospect, but I thought I could help him by staying in the Congress, staying as Chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. I happened to be on Amtrak when he called me. literally, not a joke, between Baltimore and Wilmington. And he said, I need an answer right away. And I said, well, Mr. President, the answer is no. Or Mr. President, he was then Barack. I said, Barack, the answer is no, but I'll do everything I can do to help. He said, how much time do you need? I said, I don't need any time. He said, well, go home and talk it over with your family, and then at least get back to me within 2 days. I can't wait much longer. And my family and my Jill, who's about to get off a northbound train in the next few minutes from Washington, D.C., and I hope she gets a chance to come over here, she felt very strongly it was the right thing to do, and she turned out to be absolutely right. Then we sat down and we had a discussion about what was it that I wanted to do as vice president in terms of the relationship. Did I want a portfolio like some great vice presidents like Al Gore, like others? Did I want, what did I said? I only wanted 3 things. I, number one, wanted to guarantee that I'd be the last man in the room on every single decision, every important decision. He's kept that commitment. His decisions, but if I were doing this as long as I was doing it, I wanted at least an opportunity for me to be the last guy in the room and not have to make, if I disagreed with him, the argument in front of the Security Council or anyone else. I could do it privately with him. He's kept that. The second thing I said I wanted to do, I said, it's unusual, but I want control over the Violence Against Women's office and the COPS office. I want that brought inside the vice president's operation. And the third thing I said is I want Amtrak. Not a joke. Not a joke. And he said, okay, on all 3. And one of the things that I've made a lot of bad decisions in my life. But one of the really good decisions I made was pushing very hard to convince Joe Boardman before we were elected to take this job. Joe, you have really saved what was at the time a very, very difficult situation we found ourselves in. Your professionalism, your commitment, your selflessness, and your vision made a gigantic difference the way because of how we got here. I don't know how many times, Bert, we worked together. By the way, I always did well, never as well as Tommy, but I always did well in my elections. I won the Senate seat 7 times, but the largest majority I ever won by was the year that I didn't campaign, that Bert did the campaigning for me. I swear to God. I did not show up in Delaware but 3 times in the entire campaign. And Bert did every political event for me in that state as the state director and one of my closest friends in life. And my brother on election night said, Joe, you've made a big mistake all these years. You had Bert doing this the whole time. So Bert, thanks for getting me reelected. But Bert... Bert and I spent an inordinate amount of time in our career, going back to his father and going back to his family. Those of you who don't know, Wilmington was a railroad town. A railroad town. 2 things that built this city. Shipbuilding really early on and railroads. Railroads. This is a railroad town. And the people we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to, and I realize this is taking more time than it should, but it's important, are the guys and women at the shops. The guys and women at the shops. For real. Because of the short-sightedness of our government and the Congress and presidents, they held together a lot of these old cars with baling wire. I'm serious. They did enormous amount of work to make sure that, quote, the trains ran on time, and we owe them. We owe them. But maybe the guy we owe the most, Tommy, is Bob Dole. They say, how the hell would that be? Bob Dole didn't support us. Well, I'll tell you a story. There was a vote, Tom will remember, in the United States Senate during the Republican administration where the House had voted, we had voted to defund Amtrak. And there was a vote on the Senate floor. And I went to the Democratic caucus with Tommy and we pleaded to make sure everyone, even those who didn't care much about Amtrak support us. I made it real clear, and I know I'm sometimes too blunt, but I made it clear that I've never, ever, ever done anything that would hurt another man or woman's state unless it was against the national interest. So I expected everyone to show up and be there for me. It got to the floor, and we needed one more vote. And Bob Dole changed his vote and voted with me. He was leader at the time. And classic Dole, when he was pilloried for doing that immediately after the vote was over and it was announced, he stood on the floor and he said, I want you to understand why I voted to continue to fund Amtrak. He said, if we didn't fund Amtrak, Joe Biden would move to Washington and we'd have him every day, all the time. So that's why. Seriously, that's what he said. So, Bob, who really is my friend, I keep in touch with him. Bob, if you ever hear this, thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Because all kidding aside, we were hanging on so many years through here. Literally hanging on. And the chairman said that this is not a loan, this is not a gift. It should be a gift. Why in this country are we so boneheaded to not understand the essential value of a rail system that's modern throughout the whole country? Why do we argue about whether or not it makes sense? When the president asked me to do the Recovery Act, over $800 billion spent in a matter of just 18 months. And by the way, with less than 0.2% waste or fraud by every outside organization looking at it. There were two things that I wanted in it, and he totally agreed. One is to make sure the automobile industry didn't go under, and two, money for high-speed rail. So we put the money for high-speed rail in. 3 governors mindlessly turned back the money on ideological grounds. New Jersey, Ohio, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't get it yet. It's good we have these mechanisms that Tommy helped put in place and Chris of late, because since he's been to the Senate, in terms of loan mechanisms and the like. But God almighty, the way we spend money on other things that are not remotely as valuable in terms of the national security of the United States of America. The national security of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I have, my best friends in the world have become, people have become my family, and I know those of you who don't know me well or know them well think I'm exaggerating, but you can check. They helped raise my children, I helped raise theirs. I went to their weddings, their funerals, they came to my celebrations and downsides. They've been with me my whole life. They're the conductors on Amtrak. I have traveled over 2,100,000 miles on Amtrak. I have made over 8,000, roughly 400 round trips. I believe it's about 257 miles a day. And these men and women have become my family. I started off years ago, that's why I want Jill to be here to thank them if she's able to come across. I started off having a Christmas party for the key guys, usually the guys in the 101, Tommy. And that got so big and people started retiring, I ended up having a party at my home. This is always at my home because they're my friends. They're my friends. They were with me. They're the guys and women on the phone when things went bad. Even though I hadn't been on the road every day, they were the guys that showed up at Bo's funeral. They were the people who've been with me my whole career. The station master wears a button without my having known it, and has been wearing it for since Memorial Day last year. It says Bo Biden on it. This is family. And so, I just want to say that the reason why, in the tough times, that when Amtrak was really, really bereft of having the funds it needed just to keep things going, the extra mile that the employees have gone, the extra mile they go, the things they do. And Tommy and I have seen it. Every day we watch them. You guys don't have to pick up bags and carry them out. You're not supposed to, but you do. You don't have to do the things that I've watched you many times. An older woman sitting there alone. You coming back with coffee for her, something to drink. It matters. That's why the loyalty has remained, because of the employees. We always say, you know, the gold watch, you know. I just can't thank the employees enough. The management is fine, but the employees are better. No, the employees are better. And it's not like we have to wonder about it. We see it every day. You still see it, Tommy. I only ride now. When my mom was still alive, I'd be riding back and forth as vice president 3 times a week. I only do it once a week now. Secret Service here drives them crazy. They want me to fly. By the way, the first time I got on after being picked up by Barack on our trip down 127 miles to be sworn in as president and vice president with tens of thousands of people along the track. Next time I got on the Washington station, I had a new Secret Service detail. They didn't know me, and some of you guys might remember Chris Christiani and Angela Negri and that crew. And Ange got off the train. He goes up. He goes, "Joey, baby!" and grabs my cheeks, you know. And immediately they put the guys grab his hands, and I said, "No, no, no, no." And I said, "No, no. This is Amtrak. This is home." But I swear to God, it's Joey. How you doing, baby? No one got shot. Well, look. You made Amtrak an incredible operation. 500 destinations across the country, 28 million passengers each year, 80,000 a day. Amtrak are 17% more energy efficient than air travel and 37% more efficient than an automobile. And in addition to this train, and thank you, this is a serious, serious upgrade. But imagine what happens if we ever get to the point we have enough sense to straighten out 3 curves here. Not a joke. Not a joke. You'll be able to get, I'll never forget, I got in the train once we finished all the track work, remember back in the 70s? And I've told Tommy the story. It was hot Friday, I'm running to the station, I get in the train, and they don't hold it for me. They didn't hold it for me. That was our inspector. By the way, you think I'm kidding. One day after Arlen got there, he was only there about 6 months, I'm running to make the train, and my staff would never call and say, hold the train. And I'm running, and one of the new conductors says, slow it, man, we're holding the train for the senator. I said, you are? He said, yeah, Arlen Inspector. Swear to God, true story, absolute true story. And Frank Laudenberg actually got a station with his name on it, and I don't know what the hell happened there. I mean, he came 15 years later. But my point is this. That...
we don't stop there.
No, I know. Here's the deal. This area from Boston to Washington is home to 1 out of every 7 Americans. 1 out of every 3 jobs in America is along this corridor. $1 of every $5 of the U.S. economy comes out of this corridor. 1/3 of the Fortune 500 companies are along this corridor. 6 of the top 10 research universities are along this corridor. 6 of the 10 largest financial institutions are along this corridor. It's not in any way to criticize the rest of the country. We have an incredible country. But this is more than a transportation net. This is an overall security net for all America. Imagine when we had 9/11. Remember when we shut down? What happened? You'd need 7 more lanes on I-95. 7 more lanes on I-95 to accommodate the traffic if Amtrak shut down. And it shut down temporarily, and we had a crisis. a national. That's why it's interesting how some of my friends on the right who don't think we should be funding Amtrak. Under labor law, you're not allowed to strike. Why? Because you're a national, and you are a national security requirement. Yet you're not that important to fund. I've always found that kind of funny, kind of interesting. But here's the deal. We all depend on Amtrak, which owns 363 miles of the 457 miles along that corridor. And it's not hard to imagine what life along this corridor without Amtrak would be. And it's not hyperbole to suggest that it would be a parking lot and there would be a whole heck of a lot of businesses would not be located here in the Northeast. Folks along the corridor spend an average of 47 hours a year sitting in traffic. That's the studies from the Department of Transportation. 2 full days each year sitting in their cars, costing each driver on average $1,000 in lost productivity. You can't look to the skies. I'm a big supporter of the airlines, we all are, but there's only so much more you can accommodate. Only so much more. We're expected to grow exponentially over the next 30 years in this part of the world. What are we going to do? Last year, the flight route with the highest percentage of canceled flights was between LaGuardia and Dulles, the highest percentage. That's where Tommy and I used to convert. You know, sometimes I'd have to hold the train to make sure the people who their flights were canceled going to New York or coming back. And Tommy and I'd go in the cafe and car and say, "Did you just get kicked off the plane?" Well, it's amazing. You know, Amtrak is here. Yeah, it's pretty. I never saw it, but this is pretty good. Remember, we literally lobby people. And the more expensive the suit they were wearing, the harder we lobbied them. What do we need Amtrak for? This is why you need Amtrak. So, ladies and gentlemen, shutting down the rail service Northeast Corridor for even one day costs the economy $100 million. One day. We shut it down one day. It's $100 million in cost. And it's only going to get worse. By 2040, the Northeast is supposed to grow this corridor by 58 million more people. 58 million more people. The thing I can say for Tom and Chris and John and I, when we sit down and we talk over the years, we talk about what are we going to do to make sure our kids are better off than we are. If you don't plan this now, what's going to happen? All kidding aside, tell me. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. We may find ourselves with new means of transportation. There's a lot of stuff going on, vacuum tubes and the whole rate. It may happen. But in the meantime, you can't make this country work without rail. That's why this $2.45 billion is so important. People in the Northeast are increasingly turning from their cars to rail, and because it's more dependable, as well as an Acela or a regional train is far more dependable than congestion on 95 or crowded tarmacs at DCA or JFK or LaGuardia. Amtrak's on time 83% of the time in the Northeast Corridor, compared to 50% of the time for airlines. And this loan will enable Amtrak to buy 27 new Acela trains, which replace 20 trains now in service, which are ending their lifespan. They're lighter, they're faster, they hold 40% more people. You all know this. And these trains are being built in upstate New York. We're buying American, which is important to labor and to me and to Tom and everybody else. 750 new, good-paying, middle-class jobs you can raise a family on. This loan, the largest dollar amount in the history of the Department of Transportation, is also going to do all the things the chairman said, and they're really important. It's not enough just to improve the train sets. You got to improve the train stations. You got to improve the safety mechanisms. You got to improve the track. You got to improve the whole array of things that are necessary to make it work. And my good friend Anthony Fox had the foresight to understand that infrastructure investment can't be limited to the times when we get convinced Congress to act. But this loan would never have happened without the hard work of a good friends in Congress, for Tom Carper and Chuck Schumer and so many other people who are here today who have fought for a long, long, long time to make sure we got to this day. And in the end, the loan was possible thanks to Tony and Joe. Amtrak has matured into a kind of company that can get, we have a AAA credit rating. Amtrak, because of these guys, we have a AAA credit rating. And there's going to be more investment, and the Department of Transportation has a new office, the Build America Bureau. Andrew Wright is the guy in charge of bringing private investment to the ports, roads, bridges, and rail infrastructure. Everybody talks about infrastructure. You want to fundamentally change the trajectory of the economy in the United States, invest in infrastructure. Invest in our infrastructure. Our ports, our rails, our airports. It matters. Some of you know that I was very straightforward when I landed in Air Force Two and made the comment that if I blindfolded you and I sat you in an airport in LaGuardia in the middle of the night and one in Beijing and took the blindfold off and asked which was a developing country, you'd say LaGuardia. And everyone got upset, except the mayor, the governor, the unions, everyone else. So they're investing billions of dollars in making sure. Can you imagine the greatest city in the world having on its escalator a sign at LaGuardia saying, escalator broken, will be fixed by January. There was a sign. This is crazy. But what we can do is start a virtuous cycle here. It won't just be in terms of rail. The average American spends $7,600 a year in transportation, more than they do on food, twice as much as they spend in out-of-pocket health care costs. 90% of Americans, one in every $7 of their income goes to transportation costs. And every year, Americans waste 6.9 billion hours in traffic. I won't go through all the detail, you know it, but let me conclude by saying, it's the railroads that built this country. Think about it. We talk about why is the government involved in infrastructure? Thank God there was a guy named DeWitt Clinton, who was the governor of New York, when they decided whether or not to build the Erie Canal. Imagine had they not built the Erie Canal. In the middle of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln, knowing that what happened in now the state of Washington, Montana, and Dakotas, Idaho had nothing to do with who would win the war. What did he do? He said, for every mile of track you lay, I'll pay you $160. Excuse me, $1,600 to the private sector. So we connected America. We connected America. And somehow, for the past 45 years, we've had to struggle to make sure this effort continues. But the bottom line is that Tommy and I would sit in the train coming home after a late boat and looking out the window. We used to say we'd look at the homes as we passed and wonder what the conversations were going on in the kitchens of those people in ordinary middle-class homes all along the track. And what they're about is, how are we going to make it? How are we going to make it? The conversations are, honey, I know we need a new set of tires. We got to put another 10,000 miles on the set we have now. We can't afford to do it now. No, I know we're going to have to tell Mary. Maybe she's going to have to commute, not live at school. These are the decisions people are making because we're not making the kind of investments that generate good paying jobs that make us the mecca of investment from around the world. So my concluding comment is this is the beginning of what I hope is a realization of how fundamentally important, well beyond the convenience of getting back and forth in the Northeast Corridor. You know, it's A.T. Kearney does a survey every year. They ask the 300 largest industrialists in the world, where's the best place in the world to invest? The last 3 years has been going on, I think, 19 years. Don't hold me to the exact number, but close to 20 years. The last 3 years, they've said the United States of America, by a margin larger than any time in the history of the study. There is a Boston econometric model that they'd have They do a survey of every American company invested in China and ask what is their future projection for next year. Over 52% last March's survey said they plan on, quote, coming home. Businesses are coming home. Your generation, your kids are going to hear about insourcing, not outsourcing, but only if we have the most modern infrastructure in the world. Only if we do. This is a start. This is a sort of continuum, but there's a whole lot more to do. And the bad news for you guys is that I'm out of office a little while. That's not the bad news. The bad news is I'm going to stay engaged. And so you can count on me to do anything I can to help promote what is one of the most priceless gifts we have in the Northeast Corridor. As my mother would say, to try to make a point, imagine life without it. Imagine where we would be in this corridor, across the country, but in this corridor, without Amtrak. So thank you all. Everyone in this room understands everything that you've heard from everybody. You knew it ahead of time, but it's important that the press understand too why this is so fundamentally important, and this is a really sound investment. Thank you all, and may God bless our troops. Thank you.
All right, guys, that was VP Biden speaking at an event regarding rail service funding. Want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at our tower cam right now. Beautiful outside, only 92 degrees. I'm not complaining. Anyway, we are going to take a break here on News Now. We're going to be back with you guys. Again, more News Now, 2 p.m. today, just an hour. We're going to take a break. And Mike Page will be joining you then with more News Now. Stay tuned.